Looks like a parlay. I figure this right. We're facing the sun. This ought to give him an edge. What are you talking about? What the hell does he want? Looks like a parlay. I figure this right. We're facing the sun. This ought to give him an edge. What are you talking about? What the hell does he want? Looks like a parlay. I figure this right. We're facing the sun. This ought to give him an edge. What are you talking about? What the hell does he want? Looks like a parlay. I figure this right. We're facing the sun. This ought to give him an edge. What are you talking about? What the hell does he want? Looks like a parlay.
Don't give me attitude, sir. So you're assuming I won't shoot your sorry ass, and everyone knows when you make an assumption, you make an ass out of you and umption. Now, I'm Sergeant Madigan Vice, and if you do cop a toot and jerk off, I will see to it you spend the next 10 years in prison getting ass fucked. And if the case is proven... Your sorry ass, and everyone knows when you make an assumption, you make an ass out of you and umption. Now, I'm your sorry ass, and everyone knows when you make an assumption, you make an ass out of you and umption. Now, I'm your sorry ass, and everyone knows when you make an assumption, you make an ass out of you and umption. Now, I'm your sorry ass, and everyone knows when you make an assumption, you make an ass out of you and umption. Now, I'm your sorry ass, and everyone knows when you make an assumption, you make an ass out of you and umption. Now, I'm your sorry ass, and everyone knows when you make an assumption, you make an ass out of you and umption. Now, I'm your sorry ass, and everyone knows when you...
Oh, I gotta sign in. I always forget to do that. Okay, let's go. I don't know what day this is of this particular Odyssey. And I didn't really prepare any things to show you, but I have an idea of what I want to talk about. Ow! Sorry for the drama. Wow. Oh, I got to give you your update. Of course, where is that little, here it is. Got to give you your update. It's pretty good. We have an update that's getting ever closer to a new round number. A round number that will make Wall Street stand up and say, who is this little band of investors who have created their own hedge fund. Who are these guys? It's where we are on Railtown right now. We are at 10,706,862 shares, representing, the last time I looked, it changes, I should keep looking, but the last time I looked, that's based on the Yahoo implied outstanding number. We have 7.7% of the outstanding shares. I think it's only because the criminals are still, and they are criminal, still selling stock that they don't borrow, they don't locate, they don't settle. And I think it's a great opportunity for each of you to establish positions in Railtown AI Technologies or increase positions in Railtown AI Technologies, or to hold positions in Railtown AI Technologies. We have 187 participants who have said they're here. Because Tony, the genius, thinks that's a target, but you know what? It might be a target price. Who knows? Tony might have called it. All right. My title today talks about a VC round price. Just to be clear, the stock is public. I'm just using an analogy. It's an analogy. And I wish it's been a month. I've had this gout for a month. That's as long as I've ever had it. Just wish it would go away. But remember, there's 1.5 million to 2 million people in Gaza Strip who are being starved to death by the Israelis. So I can deal with this. I can deal with this. Let's pray for them. Railtown right now is 55 cents, 54.4 on the bid. The ask is 55.99. They do the exact same game every time. They're trying to get you to think that the stock, that somebody is selling the stock. So they keep moving the offer, and it looks so scary, but no one's selling. Nobody on the inside is selling. Nobody on the first people in category up. I would assume with some knowledge of the players and the idea before it went to the quiet period, the restricted list, they're not selling. The only sellers, the only people they can try to get to sell are you guys. And guess what? We've learned so much, so we don't have to be scared out. We don't have to be scared out. This is a lot of stock. And I think it's going to change a lot of people's financial accounts. Let's look at some of the other prices. G-Bucks, next one up on my, they pop up here on my little, screen. G-Bucks is down 17 cents at 91.7. The bid is 85 cents. The ask is 93 cents. If you want to try to come up with a positive, maybe they're doing a head fake, trying to get you to sell so they can buy in before it runs. Guys, examine your assumptions. Examine your assumptions. We'll try to go through some. I'm taking medicine that makes me feel a little queasy. So if you had purchased Railtown, if you had purchased Railtown June 5th, when I first came out, and I think I was very hard on Steve at that time. My memory, I could be wrong. On June 5th, this is, let's pick a price. We can use the closing price. The closing price, June 5th. Sorry, June 4th was the day, June 4th. Closing price of 34 cents. So you could have purchased on the close on June 5th, which is when I came out and said, I just ripped the Band-Aid off of the boo-boo. I sold, it was at least 2 stocks. It might have been 3. I just sold. I took my losses. I'm scared to look at the market prices because I know as soon as I sell, they're going to go up. But you could have purchased Railtown at the close at 34 cents. Well, let's just see what happened to G-Bucks with those 2 data points. Remember, Tony De Niro immediately came out and said, don't listen to him. He's a YouTube promoter. It's a bad idea. I don't want my people hurt. Let my people go. Well, shortly after that 34 cents, by the way, I paid, the day I made the swap, to my memory, I paid 32.7. So I actually got it around 33 cents. The next week, it went down to 22 cents that Monday. But if you listen to Tony, you did yourself a disservice. His motivation isn't to help you, in my judgment. In my judgment, he's paid to do what he does. Why doesn't he ever have his own stock or story? I don't know. I'm not gonna, it seems like the company wants him as their confidant. They talked to him 3 times apparently. So I'm not gonna lay into him too much further. Okay, so on June 5th, again, sorry, June 4th, I wrote down June 5th, I meant June 4th. G-Bucks, if you had purchased it, was $4.68. Or if you stayed in it with the absurd advice that you just got to sprinkle it across a lot of these things. My contention with you is you should just get the hell out of any manipulated stock story. Let's discuss what edge you really have in those stories. Let's talk about it. But anyway, that's G-Bucks. Today, G-Bucks is last trade 91.7. The bid is 85 cents. Well, maybe that was the place to be. At least you've been diversified. Finger, last trade, $1.51.5. If you had listened to Tony, that don't listen to me, Railtown 34 cents, soon to be cheaper, and during the day it was cheaper. But let's just go with 34 cents. Let's be conservative. Railtown traded for at least 2 weeks, to my memory, under, let me put it this way. You could have purchased all the stock you wanted under 30 cents for quite a few days, and as low as 22 cents. But if you listen to these guys that are supposedly looking out for you, let's see what Finger was on June 4th closing. These, it's not really a fair test because it's a lot of trading in between and things you could do, but you got to start somewhere with your June 5th, the closing price for Finger was $2.50. All right, let's see what other stocks in the cavalcade of crap. Quantum, I don't know when you've found out about Quantum, but that one does seem to be up. So that doesn't mean buy it, doesn't mean you should have been in it, but let's just see where it was. I don't think that's when you heard about it, but let's just use these two data points. Quantum is, it's quantum, it's biotech, it's Bitcoin. Does it have gold? Does it have AI? Oh yeah, it's got AI. What does it need? It needs a Labrador Retriever, and it's the perfect stock. Anyway, I don't know anything about it, Quantum Biopharma. All I need to know is it's just another of these endless stories. Is it the one that works? Maybe. Doesn't mean it's the wrong decision to get the hell away from it all. So right now, the price is $25. That was QNTM on, darn it. Okay, so on June 4th, that closed at 14.53. So you would make money there. You'd be up there. You'd be up. And I guess Tony De Niro, if he had told you about it then, you would say, wow, Tony's really skilled. He has an edge. These guys, Frank, Tony, others, they have an edge. They can quickly analyze stocks in the, what is this? Quantum biopharmaceutical AI Bitcoin gold space. They can analyze stocks in the energy vault space. They can analyze stocks in China. I mean, better than, guys, what's your edge? What's your edge? One edge is information, and you got to ask, Are you getting this information because they screened deals? Or are you getting this information, or that they ever screen deals? Or are you getting it because, hey, here's a little baksheesh? Or both. It could be both. It's up to you. Let's move on to the next one. So right now, I'm going to use rough numbers on these. Quantum's at $25 right now. So that's a wiener. Finger is at 151.5. I don't know what to call that. G-Bucks is at 88.48. Call it 88.5. And Railtown right now is 55.29. We'll call that a wiener. All right, let's look at some others. Mountain. If anyone told you about that, then that they didn't come here until after the group of you swelled in size and in concentration of equity, but all of a sudden they have better ideas. Well, one of them, I get, or both of them, or all three of them, or all four of them are now on the rail train. I don't know. It's confusing. To me, to be on the rail train, to me, you make up your own mind. It means sell all of the crap and buy Railtown. That's what it means to me. The idea of diluting what is going to be an exceptionally good experience, in my judgment, you have your own judgment, by all the rest of this risk and crap is the height of foolishness, in my judgment. But all right, let's look at, we did Finger, Quantum, G-Bucks. Now we do Mountain. Mountain right now is 14.08. And where was it on June 5th? I hadn't even heard the stock at that point. Maybe you did. I think I heard about it the following week. But I'm doing it all by memory. All right, let's see what the price was at the close on June 5th for Mountain. It might be another wiener. 12.35, another wiener. For, I don't want to say for the bad guys, but I will say for the other side in this 4-week to 8-week window. So Mountain, as of this morning, is a wiener. If you bought it then. Quantum, if you bought it on that day, is a wiener. And of course, Railtown is a winner. If you bought it June 4th at the close. We'll figure out the profit in a second. Let me see. I don't remember the other ones. Nixie's one. Nixie. All right, it's 178. Let's see where it was on June 4. Wow. 208. So not devastating, but we cannot call it a wiener. 208. What other stock? I'm having a hard time thinking of other. ZJYL. How about that? ZJYL. Okay, that doesn't look like much happened here, but let's see. ZJYL right now is 63 cents. Let's see where it was on Breathless Thursday, June 4th. It was 77 cents. So can't call that a winner. GDC might be one that's up. Let's see where GDC was on that day. June 5th, 267. So I think GDC's up. We might have another wiener. It's always good to have winners. GDC. Yep, it's up. So that's a winner. What other stocks were out there? What other stocks were out there? We did ZJYL, GDC, G-Bucks, M10. I guess we need to do next trip. Need to look at next trip. Let's look at NTRP. $3.98. That might be also a wiener. Who knows? Next strip. It's now $3.98. Let's see what it did historically. That one might also be NTRP. On June 4th, 270. So another winner. Sure is a lot of winners for a failed strategy. I know that's what you're saying. I can't think of any other stocks. I'm sure I'll come up with one as we're going. But if you knew about This is the close on June 5th, 4th, sorry, June 4th, June 4th closing. Yeah, okay. Railtown closed at 34 cents and it's currently 55 cents. It's been as high as almost 70 cents. So that gives a positive return on Railtown of 63%. Then you see G-Bucks, Finger are down. If you knew about these stocks at the time, Quantum is up, M Mountain is up, Nixie down, not just terrible, ZJYL down, GDC is up, and Next Trip is up. Let's see how much. Let's see if you missed out on anything. Of course, there's ups and downs, and you could have paid more for the stock in between. I'm just doing 2 dates. 2 months ago. What if you had purchased these stocks 2 months ago and listened to Tony DeNaro 2 months ago and listened to others 2 months ago? And what is it worth today on August 6th? Priced right at this moment. How's your account? G-Bucks doesn't look good. 4.68. That one doesn't look good. You lost 81% of your money. If you had G-Bucks, you lost 81% of your money. Finger, I don't know what to say here, depending if you didn't do calls, you might feel like you're all right. 2.5 minus 1.515 divided by, you're down 39% in Finger. Quantum, if you knew about it, and I don't know what Quantum's done in between, but if you purchased Quantum 2 months ago, you're up. You're making money. How much? You're up 72%. You're doing better than Railtown at this point. So if Tony is now telling you about Quantum, and he did take the risk of telling you 2 months ago, and he said, don't buy Railtown, maybe Tony's your man. All right, let's see about Mountain. You also are making money there. You are up 14%. That's pretty good. You're up 14% if you knew about it, and if you didn't pay, it was much higher over the last few weeks. Nixie, Nixie, you're losing money. Nixie, if you held on, and just these two data points, you are down 14.4% in Nixie. ZJYL, you are down. Down goes Frazier. Down goes Frazier. I'm so pretty. I'm so pretty. All right, 1-8. You're down 18% in ZJYL. Now, GDC, if that's the one you bought 2 months ago, you're up. You're up 22%. And next trip, if that's the one you bought, you're up there too. 3 point. 128 divided by 2.7. You're up 47% there. So let's measure me up in a 2-month time frame. This is the call I made. Put it all in Railtown. Right now, these are rough numbers, depends on what you paid. You're up 63%. If you stayed in G-Bucks, you lost it. You lost nearly all of it. Finger, you're down 40% in Finger. And in Quantum, you're up. This is Tonhan's new stock. He's very good at giving his analysis of biopharmaceutical companies. But it's up. And it's up the best. It's the highest. It's up 73%. I don't know when he told you to buy it. Mountain is up 14%. But that you could have made your position at much higher levels than this. But on a strict 2-month window, start and finish, you're up on Mountain. On Nixie, you're down 14%. On ZJYL, you're down 18%. On GDC, you're up 22%. And on Next Trip, you're up nice chunk. You're up 47%. So those are the stocks I can remember. I'm sure there's some others. Obviously, there's stocks that haven't traded it at all. You can't even trade them. But so what do we learn here? Well, if you're a certain kind of investor, you say to yourself, well, it proves that diversification works. Well, how does it work? I don't know how to make a spreadsheet, so I'm just going to do it theoretically. But you've got Quantum was up 72%, but G-Bucks is down 80%. Those kind of offset. Let's just say you put the even amount of money. Those offset. Fingers down 39. Next Trip is up 47. Those offset. See what I mean? Mountain's up 14. Nixie's down 14. Those offset. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Which one am I missing out on? Oh, ZJYL is down 18%. GDC's up 22%. Those both offset. So pardon me for pointing out, here I'll show it to you. I will show it to you. All this spreading out amongst the manipulated stocks, and I'm not saying it's different people each time. I'm not ascribing ill intent, but my recommendation was to go all in on Railtown. If these were your alternatives, this is a push. You kept your money. This part's up 63%. I don't know if that's a useful exercise, but I think it shows that there are times when you concentrate your positions. If you concentrated your position into Railtown and simultaneously you knew about quantum, you'd be far ahead. But not that much. Quantum's up 72%, Railtown's up 63%. It's not that much different. But if you just avoided all of those stocks, your entire account in the speculative space would be up 63% right now. Instead of having this anchor on it that's flat. But what if you only did two stocks, Railtown and G-Bucks, or you just did G-Bucks and Finger? Your ass is grass. So for me, this study, which I just did in front of you, and it's extraordinarily simplistic, I think backs up my contention 2 months ago. Sell the junk, buy Railtown. And I think it backs it up. And the story's not over. This is just as of this day. What do you think these stocks are going to do over the next 4 to 8 weeks? That's a different conversation. I'm already bored with it. So we'll move on. We'll move on to checking the price of Railtown again and looking at your comments. Railtown is now 55 cents. The volume is 58,420. Not much volume. 5401 to 56 is the spread. I think it looks good. All right, let me see what you all are saying. Red Pepper Ronnie is first. Hi, Red Pepper. Hi, Donna. She says hi to you too, Ronnie. Chestnut, good morning. Thank you. I'm fine. You? I look forward to being able to walk somewhere again, but I'm all right. I'm good. Thank you very much. Red Pepper says hello, Donna. Gary says good morning. Akira Nova, yesterday's hero, says good morning to everyone. Danny says hello, you guys. Donna says hi, Danny. Giuseppe. Hey, William. Giuseppe, is Tone Hun now gone? I don't know. I don't listen to him. He talks to the company, Railtown, but I don't think it helps him come to the conclusion I have. So, but I would argue he has better information than I do. But we'll see how long that lasts. We're in this interminable, what do you call it? Limbo, maybe. But let's talk about that limbo a little bit. They announced, and we'll go over that. We'll go over that, the research, a couple of other things. First, I want to start out, once I get through the comments, I just want to meander down possible revenues and possible valuations. That's information. That's edge. That's the edge that we have here in Railtown. We can challenge some of our assumptions. For example, they announced that they were acquiring let me just see if I can put my foot up. I think I can do it. I've got to do something because it's really throbbing. But I think I can get it up here. That didn't feel good. That did not feel good. But hopefully it'll get better while I sit here with you. Other people get gout. I'm not the only one. So I shouldn't be complaining. I should be dealing with it. Anyway, one of the assumptions I've made, is that the acquisition announcement on February 11th, 2025 is good news. Well, we can question that. Is it really good news? Is that, as Tony pointed out, just like Nixie, I don't know if he mentioned it related to that news, but he compared Railtown to Nixie. Is it like Nixie announcing they were buying the company called Just Got to Have It with a big no result? Really? Although God should have created a switch. Hey, we know it hurts. We got it. Thanks for the warning. Can I just turn it off for 6 hours? And then I'll turn it back on? Lordy. Maybe AI can invent that. All right, we're 5401 to 56. Volume's doing nothing in Railtown. So anyway, the question is the February 11th announcement that Railtown AI Technologies is going to buy out AI Partners bad news? Let's question our assumption. I don't think so. I think it's great news. Absolutely great news. We've gone through all that. We can do it again. Got plenty of time. All right. So then why is it taking so long? Why is it gone? Tony would say it's because Tony can't figure out how they're going to get the deal done. Because, Tony Jack, he's an economist. He calls himself an economist. I got my degree in economics. The last thing I'd call myself is an economist. But it supposedly teaches you how to think. I don't know what happened in Tony's case, at least when it comes to financial analysis. But anyway, why is it taking so long? Just another few days, it's been 6 months. Is that bad news? Is it okay news? Or is it great news? I think, and this is my read on it, after checking the websites in Canada for the regulations, if the deal were dismissed by the regulators, they would have announced it by now. They would have had to. If the deal fell apart, that too would have been announced by now. So I don't think the delay is bad news. We'd see it in the stock price and it'd already be announced. It's material. You can't not say it. So what else could be happening? Could it be just good news, just the same news? Yeah, probably. And it could just be the attorneys have never worked on something like this, or they have, but they were on vacation, or they have, but it's not just a couple of attorneys. It could be 60 attorneys. You could have attorneys for Railtown. You could have attorneys for AI partnerships, for the investment bankers, maybe for the regulators. And then maybe to the extent they've already announced 5 other, seems like, revenue deals. They just didn't announce the revenue. Maybe it's 10 more attorneys there. And then maybe they're rolling up. Maybe they're trying to lock up some of the companies that are in the network, make sure they're all stay in the network. It's 160 companies. It could just be there's a lot of attorneys. And they all have to be paid, and they all have to tell each other how smart they are. They have to let their client know what a good job they're doing, and fair enough. Fair enough. So that could be the delay. And the news is just as simple as they're combining with AI partnerships, AIP. It's just taking a while. There's a third and maybe fourth alternative. I don't want to explore the fourth at all. But there's a third alternative, that whatever they're organizing has actually gotten bigger. I don't want to speculate too much because it's totally speculation. But somebody came on here yesterday, and no, not here. He was on. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, I took it down. I think I took it down. Yeah, I took it down. Anyway, Lavender said something about Railtown is going to be a leader or the leader in the pan-Canadian focus on AI companies, something like that. Well, that might mean that it's a bigger document. It might mean it's a bigger negotiation. It might mean it's a bigger agreement. It might mean it's going back among all parties. And so one reason that there's a delay could be really bigger than what we're thinking about. I think my own opinion is the clock is ticking on making some kind of announcement. even if it just is, hey, our law firm is overwhelmed and we can't get it done, but we have to let people know that our revenue during this quiet period is X, our revenue deals that we've done are X, and we will give a further reporting. I think there's a lot of material information going on in the background that simply must be released. So I continue to say that the timing of being able to buy this under 60 cents is very short. As you know, I was wrong in July, wrong in June, thus far wrong in August. But I can't see a negative to the delay. I cannot see it. I cannot see it. The company went to 62 cents a year ago on this research based solely on Railtown all by itself. So even if the deal were to fall apart, it's more valuable than where it is now. So again, my basic thesis on the specific to Railtown is you're able to buy the stock in kind of the pre-money price or the pre-IPO price, the pre-public price. It's not, those are just, it's an analogy. Because the stock's under this restriction, where the big, knowledgeable, wealthy, and large institutions can't buy, it's restricted. And the sellers, I mean, in fairness, they can't sell either, but the sellers are just the shorts. And I think they're about to get their uppance. The bid's kind of gone up, I think. It's 54.01, but not significantly. The volume's just 59,000. Hey, Danny. Hey, Donna. Public information on hold. Rail, wait for gate to open. Yeah, I think that's a good, some of that maybe is what I've said, so I might be saying, oh, that sounds good because I heard myself say it. But I think you summarized it. And if you put it in the horse racing sense, we're just waiting for the other horses to get in the gate. The lawyers, the regulators, the document. It's not a perfect analogy before we can take off. I think it's pretty good, A to Z. Hey, Danny. 55, Railtown. Jim is saying good morning to everyone. Good morning, Jim. Jack Hamilton, good afternoon, William. Good afternoon, Donna and Denny. Jack Hamilton says. Let me put him up. Brandon Neely, Ham didn't start talking about quantum until it was $20 around July 14th. All right, well then that changes. But it's still in the green column. I'll write that down just so I know it. July 14th. And what price? 20. But it's still, in fairness, it's up since then. I didn't know how doing this analysis would turn out. I did it in front of you just to show, let's see where. I would have assumed before I did it that you would have lost money in all the other stocks. Turns out you're basically flat if you spread. So how many? It's 8 stocks. If you did all 8, you're flat on 7/8 of your portfolio. If you did all 8 of those and listen to the Wall Street mantra and the comfortable mantra, but the problem is it's not really, it's not a popularity contest. If you had $8,000 and you put 1,000 in each of these investments on June 4th, you'd be flat on 7,000. You'd have your money. You'd have $7,000 and you'd be up 60% on 1,000. You'd have $1,600. But if you had put it all in Railtown, which I don't agree, oh, that's laughable. People make fun of it. I don't think it's something to ridicule or not do. There are times you do it, and so if we use 8,000 as an example, you'd be at 13,000 right now. So instead of having your account at around 8,600, it'd be at 13,000. That's a big difference by concentrating in something you know. Information is your edge. Information is your edge. And most of the information is out in the public sphere on a macro level for the market, on a macro level for the industry, on a micro level perhaps for the sub industry of I don't know if to call that micro or macro, of software development. It's a huge industry. And then you've got the specifics of Railtown. And on top of it, this beautiful idea, AI Partners came in with John Ruffalo and the other guys. But I read to you articles on John Ruffalo the other day. Very impressive. The guy puts 86 of Canada's top business leaders into his house or his office in Toronto. That guy's well connected. I mean, I don't know how many of DC's business leaders I could get into my kitchen or front porch. Might get one. I'm sure Tony can get Texas leadership to his office if he lives there. I don't know where he lives. Well, let's not pick on Tony. There's more than just Tony out there that's running the ball for the taking money from you. Hey, Eddie Eagle, how are you? Fast Eddie. Fast Eddie. Oh. I sold 95% of XRP for Railtown. Good for you, Jack. Look, I like XRP, don't get me wrong, but the question becomes, let's just talk about XRP. I don't know the price. I'm not going to look it up. But you sold it. The question is, what will XRP do in the next 8 weeks or sooner? What will Railtown do? I know it feels like Railtown's never going to finish up the agreement that they announced February 11th. They're never going to finish the documents. But that's just a feeling. That's just frustration. The fact is they are going to finish it at some point. I'm a little worried about August holidays in Canada, so we might have to wait till September. On the other hand, offsetting that is this market, this space in the market is quote unquote hot right now. It's where all the attention is. I've tried to show you some of that. So I think it would be derelict of people associated with this transaction to go on vacation. Now's the time to go to work. I've expressed, I think, some of my observations over the years of who makes that sacrifice and who doesn't. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong. And it doesn't matter at the end of the day, as long as it gets done. I really believe Railtown has significant material news, which I don't know what it is, by the way. But they made, I think, 5 announcements over the last weeks. If revenue and contracts are coming in with those, is it material to explicitly give those numbers? Is it material to state things like Railtown's own revenue from conductor? I don't know. I really think, I could be wrong, but I think there's an accumulation of material information, and it's their responsibility to get it out. So, I suppose it could go to September, but I don't think so. If I had to call it, if there's a bunch of vacations, it'll come out this week so that the attorneys can go on vacation for the rest of August. I don't think there's going to be much more time to buy Railtown under 60 cents, 70 cents, 80 cents, 90 cents, $1, $1.10, $1.20, $1.30. Mountain again was around July 14. Okay. I'll write that down too. And Mountain was also $20. They both were 20. They both were 20. Okay. And they started pushing. Bill Michael, a man of reasonable points. The bid's coming up, gentlemen and ladybugs. 55 bid, it's very small. 55.99. If it's one of you, I'd just go in and pay the extra penny, but you know what you're doing. The volume hasn't really gone up, but maybe something's happening. It's 12:57. Bill Michael says, Bill, you are spot on. Well, thank you. Oh, you had more to say? I'm spot on concerning these crap stocks. And let's be honest, most, if not all of the picks, when will investors wake up? I've thought about putting a truck behind his at the SEC, showing this. The dueling trucks. Dun, 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 dun. The devil went down to Georgia. And he said, son, that's mighty nice fiddle playing. I forget how the song goes. It has no volume. It's weird. They're moving it around a bit, but no volume. Thank you, Bill. Well, poor track record. In fairness, I look back, and I think the criticism is correct. In fairness, a couple of things in fairness. It's not just the buy, it's when you sell. And I think he taught people how to sell. And looking back, I think to myself, what was I thinking of? I should have been more like this very disciplined investor. She always sells, as I understand it. And I think if each of us, as the stocks went up, had sold, on the other hand, maybe they wouldn't have gone up if each of us had done that. It's pretty clear where the money went, the monies went. I mean, in the case, I left off COSM. I left that one off. Anyway, I forgot about it. But COSM took 33 million out of the market. Genius Brands, he took a lot of money out of the market, millions. And they're set for life, at least for the life while they're working. I think Vocal took money out of the market, and I'm not ready to do it. Maybe never do it, but yeah, I think it'd be an interesting study. How did the legal profession peel off the responsibility that CEOs have to shareholders and replace it with a non-existent responsibility to the corporate offices and the company? I think they just said, well, if the company doesn't do well, shareholders don't do well. I don't think that's obvious, but to an attorney, maybe it is. But why would you have Mike Milken if that's true? Why would you have the Raiders if that's true? The Green Mail and all that. I think the CEO's responsibility is to you, not to his board and his upper level management's paychecks. But attorneys are persuasive, board members are persuasive. These hot shots from Aubrey Advisors and Polar and elsewhere, they're all persuasive. And I almost was persuaded. But anyway, it's not just the buying, it's the selling. And I think Ham gave you some tools on how to sell. Not all of us took advantage of that. But to go to your side of it, Bill, the carrot was so big, it was hard to sell. The other thing is, for me, of course, I was listening to the story, but I really thought that after seeing AMC and GME, and I really believe GTII and Finger were in the middle of a squeeze. Cindy Lou Who gets upset at me when I point out what I saw. But it's not so much to pick on anybody. It's just to tell you that the system, it's like a a water buffalo carcass in the middle of the Serengeti. A lion brought it down, and the lion is going to eat it with other lions in the pack. And then nipping are going to be the hyenas, and the hyenas are going to be fought back. But the hyenas come in and they run in if the lioness gets tired, and they pick off some of it, and that's enough to live. And then the vultures are circling overhead quietly, but they never leave. Just keep going. And they're going to come in to pick their part off the bones. And then there's the panther. Panther's high in the tree, waiting for something she can grab and put in her mouth and hop back up in the tree to eat. But the carcass is, I guess, a combination of the company, the CEO, and ourselves. And some come in with smiling faces, some come in as friends, but they all work together. They all work together. Whether they know it or not, they all work together. Because that's the carcass. They can't go bring down their own carcass. They need the lioness to do it. But the rest of them can't do it themselves. Even the lion, that lazy bum, he hangs out up in the hill watching all that he surveys. I don't know how the tiger fits in. Don't know if tigers and lions ever, what would happen? Ward Richardson. All right. Chester. I like this guy, Chester. Chester is renewing my faith in investors. 5,570 more. Good job, Chester. I'm hearing rumors Tony was pushed onto the tracks. Oh, let's not wish ill. Although I do think if someone advised him that maybe trying to look like Harrison Ford when Harrison Ford wore a mustache is... Anyway, who cares? Thank you very much, Jack. But thank you for your prayers too, though. But I'll be better. It's just a stupid gout. I've had it for so long. I get mad about it. But believe it or not, and I wish I kept a notebook on all the things that I've heard on it, because I've forgotten more good. I have forgotten more good thoughts on suffering. I just wish I could remember them all, because that's the eternal question. But anyway, this, I think it was a priest who said it, one of three things. It's only the one I remember. But he said that we're supposed to suffer joyfully. How do you do that? But you're supposed, you are, anyway. I'm doing my best to be joyful with my big fat left foot, big fat right foot. Hey, PS71, how are you? PS71 says to Bill Myco, I Googled you the day you told William too. Congrats on the sale of your business. Him and Bill have two different backgrounds. That is evident now since... Well, look, just to be clear, I guess no one knows why the Beatles broke up, Yoko Ono. But I didn't consciously cause what you refer to as the split. It may be that I had points of view specifically on finger that didn't align, but I had never noticed that there was a requirement that I say and think the same way. I don't know. It could be any number of things. It could be that, these other stories came up and there's, ways of doing things that needed to be separated. I don't know. But I will say PS 71, as time has gone by, and as I've reflected on a lot of things, for me, I think it's absolutely crazy to listen to any stories. When I first heard finger motion, I lost money in it. It took, I don't know, I can't remember. It took 6 months or a year, and I finally on my own just increased my position, and then it ran, and it did it a couple of more times. So I thought, well, he knows what he's talking about. And then CRTD, a similar experience happened. And then GTII, a similar experience happened. But on the other side of that was what we have to recognize the system, they have it under control. Whether it was Lou, it was going to be somebody, it was going to be something. Look at MMTLP, look at MMAT. They have the bloody thing under control. It's to me, looking back, and I've said this a few times, we're different people today than we were in the AMC, GME run-ups and all that. All of us are different. The MMTLP, I think, snagged many of us. So our outlook's different. We've learned. We're perhaps more mature. I don't know how I can get any more mature. But it's embarrassing as I look back that I ever believed that those stocks even had a chance of squeezing. It's embarrassing. We can go through some of those assumptions, but I'll ask you the two questions. My understanding, I didn't listen, but my understanding is that one of the core bits of information that we know is that finger motion has 300 million shares short. I don't think that's anywhere close to being a verifiable truth. I think what we know is that the FINRA website, Tom Ronk, and others collected data which showed shares sold without a locate and other things. I don't want to go through the whole list. But it doesn't show anything covered, anything worn out. Now, in the case of finger, I don't think there's been a lot of covering, at least at various points. On the other hand, after 3 or 4 years, after doing deals with the Toad, after going on NASDAQ where derivatives are created, maybe some is covered, number one. Number two, maybe it doesn't matter. If you create a derivative, you're hedged. Maybe it doesn't matter. We all remember the story of Citadel burning their own warehouse, rumors. Maybe the orders, maybe shares have gone missing. Who knows? And then we've learned about offshore trading. And in Europe, they don't even keep track of anything for trades in North America. Of course, they do it for themselves. No, I don't know that the assumption that there's 300 million shares short is a safe one to bet on. But if there are that many shares short, then you have to ask yourself about the next assumption. That the system, Wall Street, gives a damn about it. They don't care. Haven't we learned that with MMTLP and MMAT? Congress doesn't care. Nobody cares. They're not going to buy. There's no incentive to buy that in. And I'd say, I mean, that's my opinion. Thirdly, finger motion. If I've been criticizing people's infatuation with AMC and GME because my observation is they have it under control, can I say that without noticing that they're doing the same thing, maybe in miniature, but they're doing the same thing with finger motion? You got to check your assumptions. You got to check them every single time. And that's one reason I've told you before. Oh, you can't do that. But I've told you before, sometimes the best thing to do, start a notebook and write down, I bought 10,000 shares of finger motion on this day. 1, a bit of a speculation. 2, 150 million shares short. 3, a buy-in. Blah, 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 blah. And look back on it and see if your assumptions are still truthful and if they predicted anything. Theories are only predictions. Predictions are only as good as the results. But it always changes. Everything changes. Nothing stays just the same. So one guy's theory about what's going on may not be predictive for 9 months, but then it kicks into gear because maybe he was missing one piece, and it's started going that way. You always have to be willing, whether it's once a month, once a week, every morning, relook at each of your assumptions. I do not think it's a good assumption to assume that there's 300 million shares short in finger motion. And further, I do not think it's a safe assumption to assume those will ever be covered. So if those are the two premises, if it's based on those assumptions, I think that's a bad bet. Bad bet. GTII. I look, with respect to the attorney that came on and said you can't trade it in the United States, I haven't been able, I wouldn't do it, and I haven't been able to get out of my stock. On the other hand, many of you over the last months have told me you've bought the stock, which I just cannot believe the mind control going on there. Whatever. The do 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 do. but many of you have sold it as well. So somebody's selling. It's not a real market. It's an expert market. So I actually think, and it's voluntary, I actually think if you call in, you might be helping your brokerage firm clean up a little bit of the stuff quietly they want to. But I think the idea that GTII is ever going to squeeze is even more in the dark side of the moon than Finger's ever going to squeeze. These things aren't going to happen. GME's not going to squeeze. AMC's not going to squeeze. I mean, I suppose if the whole market comes crashing down, there's going to be a clerk somewhere in her office doing the buy-ins. But the people that control the markets right now, control Congress, control our foreign policy, control the big pools of money, control our press, they're not going to bring, as the system's going down, they're not going to bring further pressure on their financial institutions. I don't think. You need someone to break with the group and decide we're going to go after them. It might be the Chinese. It could be. But things are different in China too. I don't know how to get good information out of China. Not that we have good information here, but I don't know if capital controls are back on in China. But if people are trying to get money out of China by investing in Hong Kong companies, some of those people are losing their fortunes in real estate and other ways in China. I don't know that they're going to want to put their money in something else that's a nightmare. To me, it'd be much more likely they put it in gold and silver and, land in Peru. Next to Bill Bonner. I Googled Bill Mike. Bill Mike. And yeah. My background's one area, and I went out with friends in London, and so I got a lot of experience on, the investment banking side. Although we did a lot of our learning by doing rather than by, working as interns at someplace. So I got experience all over. But Ham's background is valuable on the trading desk and the trading side, and that's a lot of stuff. There was a Chinese wall. You weren't allowed to. One of the firms where I was president's club and had a great relationship with my CEO, he encouraged us to, and I did have a relationship with the trading desk. But that wasn't the case on most of Wall Street. They kept it separate. So there are talents and skills on a trading desk that we didn't learn. But the problem is Wall Street's not that way anymore. It's just literally young men and young women, a lot of older ones that haven't left, of course, just gathering assets and let somebody else manage them. And the trading desks are in the hedge funds. They're not or in the mutual funds. They're not on Wall Street like they used to be anyway. But I think you make a good point, PS1, number one. Let me see what Tony Serrera says. Sarah, have you tried Lakewood? I'll order some. Lakewood tart cherry juice, not from concentrate. It's a good idea. I have purchased cherries, cherry juice. I used to have a big glass bottle of cherry juice that made me wince when I drank it. I've tried all those things over the years, but I'll do it again, Tony. Thank you very much. But our real enemy is Wall Street, PS71 says. They are both fighting now in different ways, but let's keep focused on the target, not go after each other. Plus, we don't know that they won't keep Railtown. Well, I'm not trying to fight. I'm not trying to, in fact, I'm trying to be very careful. I'm trying not to say anything negative or bad or fight Ham. I think Ham does have a desire to fight the shorts. But what I am saying is some of the assumptions have to be relooked. And to me, we can fight the shorts and help Ham fight the shorts once we have some extra dosh, rather than putting our money into just manipulated stocks. But I agree with you, PS71. It is Wall Street. It is, but it's not all of Wall Street. Part of Wall Street is just packaged products. Part of Wall Street is just managed money. That part of Wall Street, they don't even know what goes on. And you're not going to see that deal flow. Although ironically, in a smaller market, Canada, I think you're going to benefit from that kind of deal flow, at least to the extent of 165 companies in Railtown. But we don't see that deal flow. And so, yeah, I like your observation that we shouldn't fight each other. I like that. And I don't want anything that I'm saying. I notice when you're talking with people, they remember names, they remember persons rather than if it's some vague statement. But most of these people I don't even know. And so it's not personal. But I am angry. I am angry at the swarm attack on U-Wall's assets. And I think we need to change how we listen to these stories, and we need to change our automatic acceptance of the assumptions. And I'm not saying I'm right either. It's just asking the question, posing the question. We've all been in, to use finger motion. Finger motion is a stock with a good fundamental story, maybe. Depends on what you're comparing it to. It's got a short story, and then there's the fight against the short system. Well, we don't have to invest to help fight against the short system. Look at all those people, on 65,000 people assaulted by Wall Street and the criminals. not just in MMTLP, Torchlight, MMAT, MMTLP. And we can do that fight. We can contribute. We can be on space calls. We can walk the halls of Congress. We can do those things. We don't have to buy finger to do it. I'm just using that stock. I'm not picking on it. It's just the one, since you're talking about the split, as you call it. But one of the assumptions with finger is there's now 300 million shares short. I guess the corollary is that matters. So there's two assumptions. There's 300 million shares short, and that's an urgent matter of concern that is going to be rectified quickly. I'm just suggesting after 3-4 years that those assumptions have to be re-examined. And then another assumption is somehow that the system will suddenly buy in, and then the bad guy system, the good guy system, bad guy system, the combination of all of them is going to just lay down and take it. They have fought back every step of the way, and very successfully. Very successfully. So I just question if it's a place to have money at all. And I guess that goes a little bit with the evolution of each of us. I'll just talk about myself. There was a lot of energy in the GME AMC timeframe that carried over, and some people made money. As the stocks go up, they sold. This is the other thing. We don't always get our sales right. And anyway, it's for some people, it might be for everybody listening. For me, what I'd like to do is have my little position in Railtown, get my account back to a point where it's, somewhat, maybe half, a quarter, third of the size of what I had before. And I can start from there, and I can focus on other things. And if then I have that account, I can trade Ham's ideas for 1%, 2% of the account. And I don't think he wouldn't disagree with that kind of strategy. But the idea of putting a whole future, or having a mother-in-law losing her house, or people taking their lives because of what happened with MMTLP, I don't think we have to keep doing that. I don't think we have to keep having such large positions. And then you'd ask, well, then why have a large position in Railtown? I don't think Railtown is anything like any of those stocks, anything like any of them. It doesn't count on any kind of manipulation. It doesn't count on buy-ins. It doesn't count on a short squeeze. And I've spent the last 2 or 3 days trying to give the wind in the sail of the whole market, but then the wind in the sail behind Ruffalo and behind Branolini and the rest, and their products. And I can do it again. I'm just going to move on to the next question. Plus, we don't know that they won't keep Railtown down too. I don't agree with that. But see, I like that you're doing that. You're questioning my assumption. I like that. I like that. But, and I try to question my assumption on that as well. But, they're not going to keep Railtown down, I don't believe. They are now. They are now. They've been doing it for 2 or 3 months. But the key ingredients, PS71, to keeping a stock down are, I think the number one thing is if the company needs capital from the market. If the company needs to take capital from guys like the Toad. And they don't. Everything tells me, they may have done it before, but everything shows that Railtown doesn't need capital. Why? I guess the biggest thing is, and we don't have these facts yet, the biggest thing is, on the videos I've shown you, Conductor, as he puts it, is battle tested. It's already has customers. We just don't know what the revenue is. The last numbers that we've seen were fourth quarter last year. It's in a quiet period. But I don't think they're going to need revenue. I'm wrong. Capital. They may take capital, but they don't need it. And so you don't have these kind of toxic deals done. I also think that the guys behind Railtown and AI Partners have extensive experiences, each of them, in the financial markets. Canada is ripe with toxic short sellers. I think Eric Sprott has learned about it now. But these guys may get fooled, and maybe some of them don't give it credence, but they know how to put deals together. They put, so far, the last deal they did is plain vanilla deal. The warrants don't have long duration, they're short duration, and very simple deals. So I don't believe they're toxic. So that means you don't set up derivatives and manipulation by the Toad. The company is on the over-the-counter, but it's not an over-the-counter stock. It's a Canadian stock. And in Canada, apparently, at least, that Railtown is one of the top 25 companies. It's in the index, which changes all the time, but it's in the index of the Canadian Stock Exchange top 25. Well, apparently Canadian authorities in Canadian stocks are strict about enforcing the rules. So I don't think financings on Canadian stocks of a certain size anyway are allowed to get this kind of punishment. That assumption could be wrong, but so far that's how I come down on it. It could be wrong. I know in the mining space there's a lot of abuse in Canadian companies, so I can't be 100% right, but a lot of those stocks are small stocks. Then I don't know how to tell you this without, I can't prove it to you, but the partnership, the AIP partners, network partnership, 165 companies, they are doing 400 million in revenue. Now it's an organization, it's a network. They joined AI Partnerships Corp. The goal is to roll those companies up originally into AI partnerships, but now Railtown is buying that. And they're going to do it along the model of Constellation Software, which a company that didn't issue shares. So we'll find out how they do it. I've given you my 2 or 3 ways they would, but rather than restate all that, we'll just find out what they do. But that group's doing 400 million. They don't need to go to the toxic financiers. So they're not going to be able to keep it down. Now, let's go to your side of it. They have shorted the stock, apparently, with the same cautions that we don't know the reduction in that number. The number just reflects the establishment of the positions, but it's apparently up to 46 million shares now. So they are suppressing it, which is our opportunity to buy. But your point is, will they keep suppressing it? Only if Corey Brandolini needs to raise money from the Toad, or Jeff Easton, or Kurt Kramer. This isn't one of those stocks. Only if the company is so desperate to raise money that even if the criminals can drive the price down, bust up the merger, and then keep selling it down, so when the company comes to Canaccord Genuity and says we need money, it's not at 55 cents, it's at 5 cents, and then the Toad, with all the stock the Toad sells off, they can go to Canaccord and said, we'll buy 1 billion shares. I'm making it up. And then it's Northwest Bio, then it's MULN, then it's MMA, it's all these stories. But that's what I'm trying to tell you, PS71. They want you to think this is the same. It's not. They cannot keep this stock down. They want you to think they can, but they can't. Why? I just told you, 1, the company doesn't need desperate money. Number 2, the company has revenue. Number 3, the company they're acquiring has massive revenue. But we just don't know about it yet. They're not going to need to go to a shitty investment banker, a pretend investment banker. Then you're supposing that the criminals can sell enough shares to keep the stock at 50 cents, 60 cents, 70 cents, $1. So you're presuming that there's someone on Wall Street, up in Canada in particular, it's a Canadian stock price. The stock trades on the Canadian market. The over-the-counter is hedged against that, not the other way around. They short in the over-the-counter, but it's not going to affect the price in Canada, at least over the majority term. It might, it did, I suppose it did somewhat on the day that the Canadian markets were closed, but it corrected right away. It's a Canadian stock. So you're saying that the sellers can suppress this because Railtown's just like the story of Mountain. Well, we're rolling up various energy assets around the world, low margin as heck, old technology in some cases, and buzzword, and by the way, it could squeeze. We own a bunch of very valuable pictures in a warehouse of penthouse nudes, and we're going to put them together with a creator software that no one else is doing, and we're going to charge a certain amount. But by the way, there's a short position. We're genius brands. We have a British accent. We have some contracts, and we're doing something everybody else does, but we do it differently. And oh, by the way, there's a short position. COSM, we've got a bunch of contracts in North America, product in Africa, and stores in Europe, and we're Greek, and we're talking to Tony and Frank, unlike the CEO of GTII, and we're going to change the name and change the CUSIP, and there's a 2,000% short, and we're not going to do a reverse split, and we're not going to do a deal, and therefore the stock's going to squeeze. Low margin business. Oh, we're Finger. We've got all this, and I like Finger. We've got all this, and this. We're U.S. company. We're in China, and it's not competitive. We have the access. It's high margin, although we haven't grown our revenues. And by the way, there's 300 million shares short, and we're gonna have a big whales coming in to buy. We're G-Bucks. G-Bucks, it's coming out of Goldman Sachs. There's a guy that just sold all his crypto, and he's going to put 200 million into the company, and they've got an app that up to a dozen retailers use in the United States, and it's based in the Middle East, and they're going to invest that money in a property portfolio that's going to cover all costs, and by the way, it's got a big short position. Oh, we're a wheelchair manufacturer in China, and apparently China's population has collapsed from an estimated 1.4 billion down to as low as 400 or 500 million. A lot of people are dead. They don't need wheelchairs. But wheelchairs is our game, and we've done a forward split. We have a lot of people concentrated in the stock. Univest, who did the last two short squeezes, are in it. And oh, by the way, we have a big short position, and the whales own most of it. Oh, we're GDC. We do something in the air. We do something in China. But we got a huge short position, and our whales own most of it. We're working with the same guys, maybe, that did something with HKD and TKO and TOP and Whirly Hurly and Hippy Dippy. And when it goes, it's going to squeeze. We're MTN. We do business in China. We do something there, something with the automotive business, and should be a winner. There's 160 automobile companies in China. GM is having to pull out because they're losing money, and BVD doesn't pay its bills reportedly for up to a year and a half. But it's a good business, and we've got a bunch of whales buying all of it. And we got a short squeeze. Oh, and I know this guy that does IPOs. You can get in the IPO. He's done a lot of them. You get in it, and it's in various different fields. And Wall Street's behind it. There's research. There's investment banks. There's demand. Institutions are going to buy. They're going to build this all up. And that's the market you're comparing Railtown to. In that market, the criminals have purchase. In the Railtown stock market, maybe they did for a while because there is a short position. But Railtown is in AI 2.0. That's a nickname. So is that just bullshit? Maybe. But let's go with the nickname. James Altucher says, of course I can't find it. It's probably in another notebook. Yep, it's probably in a different notebook. Let me look if it's this one. Yeah, it could be right here. So this is a third-party genius describing AI 2.0, not Railtown, not Railtown. I guess I'm gonna have to do it by memory. Oh, serenity now, serenity now, serenity now. Okay, is this it? All right, I have to do it by memory. I can't find James Altucher's quote. But basically, he said about AI 2.0 that it is such a technological change that it's going to create more wealth than any revolution in the market in 150 years. James Altucher. He says that AI 2.0 is going to make crypto look like a ripple. And he describes why AI 2.0 is in its first innings. It hasn't even started yet. That's James Altucher. Then my friend from my old office sent me Morgan Stanley's video on AI. I don't know if he called it AI 2.0, but he said we're in the second phase of AI. We're going from the universal collect information AI. We're now going to have AI do specific things like robotics and driving automobiles. And it's both of these guys said it's predicated on huge data centers and huge chips, compute power. None. Not Finger, not whatever the hell all these stocks are. Next Trip, GDC. Next Trip might have a bit of a story in the technology space, but none of these have a wall of money and a wall of interest coming from Wall Street. None. And you're saying your premise has to be that the shorts can destroy Railtown, unique among hundreds of AI companies, in the face of a wall of money coming from investors for AI 2.0. The two outside sources I just quoted, the analyst at Morgan Stanley and James Altucher. Then you get on and you listen to the talks that the CEO gives from Railtown. Now you could say, "Oh, he's just like the guy at CRTD. It's just like the guy at G-Bucks. It's just another CEO." Okay, maybe. But if you look at his background, which we'll go over again, not right this minute, you see that that's not true. Now, what he said in his talk, and I wrote down bullet points, he focused on Railtown's partnership with Microsoft. Is Finger partnership with Microsoft? Is GBUX partnership with Microsoft? Is MTEN partnership with Microsoft? I'm not belittling them, but this is a different league. And your argument is the shorts are going to be able to suppress it. They are suppressing it because the attorneys have to take their time to do a good job on the business agreements that the CEOs and the board and all the parties involved are asking the attorneys to do. During that time frame, Railtown is restricted. It trades at 50 cents. It is under pressure. And the rest of the market wants you to believe, the rest of this bad guys wants you to believe that Railtown's just like the rest of the stocks. It's caught in quicksand right now. It's caught in tar right now. It's caught in a sinkhole right now because the attorneys don't finish their job. Now, maybe the attorney, it's not the attorneys, maybe that's not the issue. Maybe the deal's just gotten so big, they can't finish it. Who knows what the hell? But while this quiet period goes on, you're absolutely right. The system is suppressing the stock price. But what I'm suggesting to you is this stock is not the same as the rest of these things. It's not the same. But if you think it is, you'll think differently. Now, in one of his talks, Corey Brandolini, who has built software companies before, Marwan Haddad, who has built software companies before, and his whole team has done it. Out of that group, 6 companies, or at least 6 participants, have been involved in companies that were onward sold. Corey's company was sold to Microsoft. Anyway, he emphasizes Microsoft partners. He emphasizes that the AI agents that the tools they've created are battle tested. It's not a new idea. It's not a, hey, why don't we do this, get some funding, and then we'll be great. They've already done it. They have an AI agent to execute mundane tasks. If you listen and read about other stories that are raising funding in the billions of dollars, that's one of the key things they say. Is it just words? We'll find out. He said that the software development industry, the fact of software development is a complex process. You have to deploy it and you have to maintain it. His product with Marwan's apparently addresses all of that automatically. He said, and I assume he was talking about the previous year, 2023. I didn't write it down, but he said that the estimate is by an outside group, not by him, $85 billion in gross domestic product is lost every year or that year because of faulty software coding. And they're addressing that issue. How are the shorts going to be able to keep this down once the news is out? They've gotten phenomenal numbers from their own customers. Now, you could say he's a liar, just like the CEO at wherever, pick one of the companies. Well, then you're buying into the argument that Railtown's just like all these other companies. It isn't. That's why I'm being such an asshole. Anyway, he commented and spoke about the phenomenal numbers that they're generating from their customers who are using Conductor. They call it application general intelligence. You'll find out there that's what everybody's doing. Their name is patented or trademarked, but it's essentially but they were first. These two guys met. They've all got their experience, and they said, why don't we solve this problem? Let's be first, let's be AI, and let's be early, so when the confluence of data, energy, chips, compute power comes, we're the first to market. And they did that. Not another one of these companies you're talking about can talk like this, PS71. I don't believe that the shorts can short this. Remember, Wall Street is two sides. When the shorts are shorting, somebody's extending the credit. Think of the movie Rounders, or think of any of those movies. They extend the credit. When you get caught, they come bust your knees, steal your car, get you to take the money from your mother. The Gambler, that was The Gambler with Wallenberg. They can't just sell without putting somebody at risk. And that somebody has to be willing to take that risk. And in 100 out of 101 positions, it always works and eventually works. But Railtown is the one they're not going to be able to keep down, in my judgment. Then Corey Brandolini made this statement. There is no bigger market in the world, there is no bigger market than software development. What does Finger address? What does G-Bucks address? What does MMTEN somehow define and address? What is COSM address? What is Genius Brands address? What is Vocal address? What is just keep saying the same names over and over again. There's 24 of these crappy names. They're not the same. Then he talks about Microsoft GitHub, which Microsoft owns, has 1 million paying customers. Let's go with that. Let's just go GitHub. Let's just go GitHub. Let's just say 1 million paying customers of GitHub. Let's say that Microsoft insists they do a licensing agreement. Of course, I'm making leaps here, but let's say, because they're already in partnership with Microsoft. But let's just say GitHub says to all their developers, you have to use Conductor. It's mandatory. So there's 1 million users, and they say it's going to cost $7 a month. $70, does say $75 a year. 1 million users times $75. That's $75 million in revenue. And I know I'm making it up out of thin air, but Microsoft's GitHub has 1 million paying customers for software development. Software developers, 1 million of them. And then he goes on here, Corey Brandolini on the call that he gave said it's bundled services. So I'm asking you to make the leap that maybe Microsoft puts in their bundled services Conductor, $7 roughly a month, $75 a year. It's mandatory. 1 million paying customers if you want to be part of Microsoft. Look, you could apply this to AMD or NVIDIA or any other one. I'm just trying to give you an example. It's a wild-ass guess because everything's in quiet period, because we can't speculate. But just 1 million software developers are asked by their provider, are told by their provider, you must buy this or you're out of our system. Just 1 million. That's $75 million in revenue per annum for Conductor, for Railtown, $75 million. Does Fingermotion do $75 million in revenue? I don't know what the revenue is for Energy Vault, but I know they have to lever to get 15% IRR. So I know their margins are low. I don't know what their revenue is. It's far-flung all over the world. I like the core of the story. CNLV, loved the story. What was their revenue? Vocal, what's their revenue? ZJYL, what's their revenue? GDC, what's their revenue? You get my point. They are beholden to the pimps and the drug pushers down in that marketplace. Railtown doesn't belong down there, and it's not going to stay there long. It's not going to stay 50 cents for long, in my judgment. But here, this research right here, I don't know if it's on the first page, but I'll show it to you later. But they estimate the number of it doesn't say it here. They estimate the number of software developers at 30 million. And I'll have to show that to you in a second. So just 1 million, which is the GitHub paying customers. 1 million, $75 a year. 75 million in revenue. The purchase prices for AI companies now for talent, they're paying $250 million just for one geek. They're paying billions of dollars just for the team. We showed that the other day. And they're buying whole companies for billions and billions of dollars. What is the multiple? My information is the multiple used is 100 to 150 times revenues. Who is paying that kind of multiple for Finger Motion's revenue? I'm not trying to pick on Finger Motion. I think it's a good story. But the one to be in right now is Railtown because it is being suppressed because of the quiet period. This stuff I'm telling you, the quants and analysts, once they see it, they're going to be allocating money. And Railtown will be $7. While you're being convinced that it's the same as these other pieces of doo-doo. It's not. Then why is it available to us? Well, I would guess it's a combination that it was in its R&D phase. I would guess that everybody thinks that the North American markets are the way to be. I would guess that it was earlier in the stage. I don't want to lose comments, but I've shown you what I paid for. For the last 6 years, 91 deals in the AI space have been priced and acquired. And the low end is 12 times earnings. The high end is 50 times earnings. And during that time, you had COVID and you had DeepSeek. And you didn't have the compute power. So you had skepticism. And ChatGPT or whatever it is hadn't come out yet. So the multiples were lower. It was harder to raise money, probably. And the valuations were lower. And Railtown's been in an R&D phase it no longer is in. It's already in the commercial phase. But by the way, while they were out promenading, they ran into probably the belle of the ball, AI Partnerships, who out of 160 companies, once they met Railtown, they said, please, 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 marry me, marry me, marry me. And that's John Ruffalo, that's Dr. Tom Core, that's Mike Norbega, and the guy from IBM. Really talented people know what the hell they're talking about. That froze any discussion of revenue. That froze any discussion of growth. That froze any discussion of what's the size of the market. That froze any discussion, essentially, of what Railtown's worth, because it's in a quiet period. So they can tell you this stock is just like G-Bucks, just like, to quote Tony De Niro, although I heard it from somebody else, just like Nixie. So if 1 million software developers are forced by Microsoft or NVIDIA or someone to pay $75 per annum to be part of their ecosystem, their software developer ecosystem, do we use 100 times that revenue? Do we use 150 times that revenue? 1 million software developers is just a tiny fraction of the software developers out there. Do we use 100 times that revenue, 50 times that revenue, 25 times that revenue, 12 times that revenue? The deals are being priced at 100 times revenue and higher. but I know you want me to be skeptical. Let's just use 10 times revenue. I could use the 3 times revenue Finger's trading at. You want me to use 3 times revenue? I'll use 3 times revenue. That makes the valuation of Railtown 3 times that revenue would give a valuation of Railtown of almost $250 million. I'm going to just divide it by the number of shares that are outstanding. That's $1.60 a share. That's 3 times that one source of revenue. Let's do it now on 50 times revenue. Not 150, not 100, 50 times revenue. Also not 25, which was the average over the last 6 years. Let's just do an optimistic, we're in a strong market, 50 times revenue. That's for 1 million, just 1 million software developers to pay $75 a year. That's it. Nothing else. The only revenue that I'm projecting is that sometime this year, next year, Railtown could be able to say 1 million software developers are paying $75 a year. Where do I get 1 million from? Microsoft's GitHub now has 1 million paying customers. Just 1 million, $75 a year. Multiply it by 50x, you're at 3,750 million in valuation. If we divide that by 150 million shares, that's $25 a share. That's one possible source of revenue. $25 a share. How the hell are the shorts going to be able to keep that stock down? The only way they keep stocks down is by selling stock that doesn't exist, suppressing the price. But then the CEO and the board and the attorneys get in on it by accepting deals from the toad that will take market caps, the share numbers from 100 million to 2 billion. The attorneys have to convince the CEO and the board that their responsibility is just to keep the company going, not their responsibility is not to shareholders. You can destroy shareholders in the name of keeping the company going. I think that's a complete malpractice, but nobody challenges it. But PS71, GitHub already has 1 million paying customers. We don't know how many revenues Railtown has, not because they don't. They haven't been able to talk for 6 months. This is why I get so frustrated. This idea can get into your head that somehow this stock can be controlled just the way the rest of them were. Because they can't talk. Drives me crazy. All right, so then Corey Brandolini brought out, so that's one number, $25 a share. He brought out that the developer tools market in 2025 is going to be $21 billion. $21 billion. Corey Brandolini said that. Yeah, I guess maybe he's lying and Tony's going to protect us from him. But if you assume 25 billion market cap, no, sorry, not market cap. If you assume actually, I'm wrong. It's 2025. It's a 21 billion developer tools, software developer tools market in 2025. It's a 21 billion. Sorry about that. 21 billion. This research from a year ago says that Railtown can achieve a meaningful piece of that market. And then they say 3% of that market. Let's just use 3%. Doesn't sound very meaningful. Let's say they get 3% of that market. That's $630 million, PS71, in revenue. Just again, the developer tools market for 2025, according to Corey Brandolini's video, 21 billion. It's on the same page where I took my notes. I guess to be technical, I didn't write his name next to it, but it's on the same page where I was taking notes from his video. So I guess I should add according to my notes. 21 billion developer tools market in 2025. Just if Railtown, who has the best product, apparently, that's opinion, I guess. It has the first product to market. That's a fact, I guess. And it's world-class product. It solves the problem. 3% is $630 million. Now, let's not multiply that by 50x. Let's not multiply that by 100x. Let's not multiply that by 150x. Debate is, should I multiply it by 25x or 12.5? Let's multiply it by 12.5. That's a $7.9 billion valuation. Let's divide it by 150 million shares. That's a $52 stock price, PS71. How are the shorts going to be able to keep the stock down? Now that's on 2025's developer tools market. They're already out marketing the product. The key isn't that they have to book it. The key is they project it. Companies are being purchased on their forward expectation of annual recurring revenue. That's the market we're in. Is Finger in a marketplace like that? Is GBUX? Is MTEN? Please give me some other names so I don't keep saying the same ones over. Now, the other thing that Corey Brandolini said on his video, his presentation of a year ago, this is a year ago, he said that in 2026, and again, my caveat is I wrote it on the same page. Somebody said it. The AI solutions market for corporations, the spend, the money that will be spent on creating AI software solutions by corporations in 2026 will be $309 billion. $309 billion. he went on to describe that spending won't end up being a cost because it will increase corporate productivity, efficiency, revenues, profits. It actually will enhance corporate balance sheets and earning statements, oddly, because AI 2.0 as a technology revolution is so meaningful. Everybody's going to want to do it because spending the money makes them more profitable, makes them better. So that's $309 billion spent by corporations on software enhancement, development, repair, etc. Railtown, just to remind you, met 6 years ago with the goal of being first to market, and they are, best in class, and they are, and to solve this problem, and apparently they do. Now let's, again, she says, or he says, Venkata, he or she, says they can get a meaningful part of the market. Let's just use this number, 3%. 3%. They get 3% of 300 billion. Market, not 309. 3% of that, 0.03. That is $9 billion in revenue if they get 3% of that market. $9 billion in revenue. Let's not use 50x, 100x, or even 150x. Let's not use 25x. Let's use 12.5x. That would value the company at well over $100 billion. It would have valued the company at $112 billion. That would value the stock in a takeout at $750 a share. And you're going to say, oh, you're just making up these numbers. Well, yeah, on a level, I'm making up the numbers, but I'm not making up the size of the targeted markets. I'm not making up that Railtown's product has met with huge success. I'm not making up that it's believed they can get a meaningful share of these markets. I'm not making up that AI 2.0 is the technological revolution of this generation. I'm not making up that Wall Street's raising hundreds of billions of dollars to put in AI 2.0 companies. I'm not making any of that up. I'm not making up the multiples or the valuation. I'm just trying to guess, what are their revenues going to be? What is the multiple to use? And I'm only talking about Railtown. And you have it's so frustrating. You see this as a stock that can be suppressed by the criminals. All they have to do is put out, they don't even have to make revenue projections. They don't even have to give this story that I'm trying to explain. All they have to do is say, our addressable market is thus and such. This is our product. And so far, these are our partners, and this is who's using it. And the geeks at Fidelity, the geeks at State Street, the geeks at Morgan Stanley, the geeks at Canaccord, the geeks at Microsoft, the geeks at Apple, the geeks at Tesla, the geeks at Kleiner Perkins, the geeks at Madison Dearborn. They'll do this work. And they're not going to be intimidated by the shorts. They'll just buy it. They'll just buy it. Just buy it. Anyway, those are the two market targets that Brandolini gave. Here's what Altucher said. He said that the AI 2.0, that's his name, it's going to make crypto look like a ripple. Make crypto look like a ripple. He said AI 2.0 is going to create a tidal wave of wealth. Now, he's got other stocks. I don't think he's heard of Railtown. Is anybody saying that about the other 24 stocks that you're comparing this to? And saying that the shorts keep those 24 stocks down, they might be able to keep Railtown down. James Altucher said, AI 2.0 is this generation's last chance at wealth or at meaningful change in their accounts for wealth. James Altucher said, AI 2.0 is not a far-off dream. It's already here. He did say, although he continues to pitch it, he said, forget crypto. James Altucher, who's made a fortune on crypto, he said, forget crypto. He said that AI 2.0 is a wealth building opportunity that hasn't happened in 150 years. I'll have to look that up. All I can think of is the robber barons and oil. But he might be talking about rail. He might be talking about, I don't know. But he says AI 2.0 is a wealth building opportunity that hasn't happened in 150 years. James Altucher says, just 2 months ago, 3 months ago, AI 2.0, which is what we're talking about, is a $15.7 trillion bull market. Do you think the shorts can fight that? $15.7 trillion bull market. Yeah, you could say Railtown, yeah, he's talking about all AI. You can say that. But I've tried to build a case that Railtown prepared early, built the best mousetrap, and is ready to go. James Altucher said AI 2.0. James Altucher said AI 2.0 will be the first $100 trillion industry. James Altucher said that AI 2.0 will be the first $100 trillion industry. Do you think the shorts are going to be able to keep that down? I think you're missing what I think your heart maybe is with me, but your brain's saying it's just like all the other ones. It's just like Tony says, just like Frank says, just like Cam says, just like I don't know, Lou used to say, just like this new guy coming in with the IPOs is saying, just like the CEO from this company, that company, just like Ted Borders says. They're all the same. It's just another one. It's a shame. It's a shame. James Altucher pointed out that it took Netflix 3.5 years to get 1 million users. James Altucher pointed out another stock. I couldn't remember it when I wrote it down. Took 2 years to get a name you know. Took 2 years to get to 1 million users. James Altucher pointed out that Facebook took 10 months to get to 1 million users. James Altucher pointed out that AI chat GPT took 5 days to get to 1 million users. You think the shorts are going to be able to fight that? James Altucher said currently only 4%, only 4% of companies use AI 2.0. And then James Altucher finished by saying, at least according to my notes, AI 2.0 is more significant than any technology breakthrough in history. That's a pretty big statement. And you think the shorts are going to be able to keep Railtown down? I haven't done a good job at telling the story. These are my notes from Corey Brandolini's second video. They say a lot of the same things, but it's a year ago as well. So he mentioned, and now this is out of context now, so I just read what I wrote. This is Corey Brandolini talking about Railtown, talking about Microsoft, who he's in partnership with. What he said was bundled in with apps in GitHub. This context that I write here, I do not believe he said that Conductor is bundled in with apps in GitHub. But I'd have to go listen to the video again. You can, it's on YouTube. I've played it for you. I believe what he said was kind of a what if, but I might be wrong. But he said bundled in with apps in GitHub. Then he said that the technology that he and Marwan developed, Conductor, Langtrax, Railtrax, and Shredder, are battle tested. Battle tested. Their customers love it. It's beta or whatever the test is, but they're battle tested. They're ready to go. A lot of startups out there are getting funding, still have to build the product. Railtown's product is already built. It's proprietary, it's self-contained, it's self-learning, it's deep in a company's data. It's not spread out over the open AI system, the internet. He said, two of our first landed on Microsoft. Two of our first, darn it, I can't quite read that word. Two of our first it could say tools, it could say products. It could say two of our first I can't read my writing. So anyway, landed on Microsoft. I assume he's talking about the two, the conductor and the other, one of the others. They've created a generative AI co-pilot. He talked about how in the software business, there's a 42% software developer business, 42% productivity lost. That's what they're addressing. And then he goes through what you heard yesterday, the Scrum Master Copilot, I think that's Conductor, the Release Notes Copilot, the Root Cause Analyzer Copilot, and I think you heard about that yesterday. He talked about the Targeted Language Model. That's what they've launched. They eliminate bugs and they eliminate time involved. It comes down to minutes. They have groundbreaking products. He talked about the market being gigantic in this call. This is Corey Brandolini. He said the market is, what I wrote down here is $11 billion developer tools. And if you split it down, again, he used the number of 300 billion of that market is the added cost of that market is the added cost to corporations to upgrade to AI. 300 billion is going to be the spend. He talked about GitHub again and AI, and he talked about the founder of GitHub saying that AI will add to gross GDP worldwide $1.5 trillion. I just don't think you see the magnitude, and that's on me. It's not on you. I just haven't done a good job. That's why they win. And then they'll get you to sell, and then you'll be buried in one of these other things. And they just win. I want you to win. I want you to win. It's just a hard fight. It's a really hard fight. Because most of our brain is caught up with some subconscious crap going on. Only about 3 or 4% of our brain does any thinking in the way we know. And these guys play on all the noise and the fears and the emotions. It's terrible. Now, I played a little more of James Altucher. I never listen. It's hard to listen all the way through. I played it for you, and I took further notes. He said the next generation of AI technology will be a wave with the biggest wealth creation of a lifetime. I wrote down 8 out of 10, but I don't know what it meant. He's talking about jobs being lost. The United States outcompetes the third world. AI will drive a tech boom, and it will line the pockets. The AI will drive a technology boom, which will line the pockets of early investors. AI will be the best assistant you've ever had in your life. It's a dawn of a brand new era for humanity. Talked about Elon Musk and valuations. And I guess what they're investing in, Elon Musk, 50 million. Andreessen's raised 100 billion. Well, actually, I wrote down 100 million. Microsoft's investing 10 billion, Facebook 20 billion, Google 31 billion, Gemini, Tencent 70 billion is being invested in AI. The rich will get richer, but there's a brief window for all of us to participate. That's where my notes stop on James Altucher. So I take great exception. I think you're wrong. I understand it, but I think you're wrong. By trying to be, not you, but trying to meet in the middle and be agreeable, not you, trying to get along with those guys, not you, I'm not picking on you, but by everybody asking me to be agreeable, we end up with very weak thinking like this. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. How do you know that it's different? How do you know it's different? And I think it's important, by the way, PS71, to challenge my assumptions, say you're full of crap. Railtown's just like all the other stocks. But if you act on that thought, you're going to miss out on getting the hell out of Dodge. These guys don't have an answer for you. They just do not have an answer for you. Occasionally, if some guy sitting at a bar with his drink and a cigar comes up with an idea on a napkin and says, I can call this person. We can bring in these two guys' money. I know somebody there. Why? Oh, we can get that guy to be CEO. Yeah, and I've got this guy's got a product. It's got some revenue. We know the short position is there. We can make this squeeze. That's not those stocks they can control. Railtown, I haven't even talked to you this time about AI partners, but Railtown, all you need to see is the revenue, which they cannot talk about because the attorneys cannot finish the product. But once the world can see revenue and make their own extrapolations, the buyers are going to come in. And maybe under $1, it's just going to be retail. And maybe under $1, the shorts feel like they can play with that. But after $1, you're going to start seeing bigger monies come in. Probably not the biggest. After $2, you probably won't see the biggest institutions for sure. But after $2, you might start seeing people on some applications like E-Trade and the rest be able to put it on margin, start trading. I don't recommend margin. And then it gets to $2.50, $3, and that brings in family offices and maybe some growth funds. And then it gets to $3 or $4. And lo and behold, brings in more buyers, and it gets to $5. And all of a sudden, every bloody money manager on the street can buy it. Every roaring, thundering herd can buy it. The shorts will not be able to sell enough stock, PS71, to sate the need. Let me make up some names. I know where I'll go to get some names. I'll tell you where I'll get them. Constellation Software was backed by John Ruffalo and Omers. They're going to be part of Railtown. So let's just see who owns, let's just see who owns Constellation Software. That went from $1 to 5,000. Do you think the shorts were able to keep Constellation Software down? All right, there's on the Yahoo list, they give the top mutual fund holders. I don't know what percentage. The top mutual fund holders of Constellation Software. The Acre Focus Fund, AKRE Focus Fund. The Growth Fund of America. The Janus Investment Fund. Vanguard Star Funds. The Vanguard Total International Stock Fund. Under Janus, it's the Janus Henderson Enterprise Fund. The Vanguard Developed Managed Fund. Principal Funds, Inc., the Mike Midcap Fund. The Fidelity Magellan Fund. American Funds Insurance Series Growth Fund. The Euro-Pacific Growth Fund American Funds EUPAC Fund. MFS Series Trust 4 MFS Midcap Growth Fund. Those are the top mutual fund holders of Constellation Software. There's a list of top institutional holders. MN Services Vermögenbeschaffungsbeheer BV, Appleton Partners, Torrey Investment Partners, High Point Advisor Group, Pacer Advisors, Kirtland Hills Capital Management, DF Dent & Co., Ancora Advisors, Huang Holdings LP, Lutzis Asset Management. They don't have a lot of shares, but it's a $5,000 share price. All right, so I just gave you, I think, 10 names of institutional shareholders, and I gave you 10 mutual funds. I didn't give you, it doesn't sound like I gave you any Canadian funds. I didn't give you Canaccord. I didn't give you anybody related to Omers. I didn't give you anybody related to any of the original founders of Railtown. But if news comes out, do you think the shorts are going to fight these kind of guys? Let me just pick. Let's say out of these 20 names, 4 of them want to own 5% of the company. That's 20% of the company they're going to go out and buy in the open market. Maybe try to cut a deal. Are the shorts going to sell them those shares? Because when they buy shares, they come off the market. I mean, they're still technically, obviously, publicly traded shares, but they put it aside for a 3-year plan, 5-year plan, 10-year plan, 20-year plan. You think the shorts are going to be able to keep the stock price down? I really don't. And it's a shame that I haven't been able to separate your thinking, because it's reasonable to believe that Finger is as good or better than Railtown. It's reasonable to believe that MTEN is as good or better than Railtown. It's reasonable. Why are you so disagreeable? You got to be reasonable with these guys. It's reasonable to believe that Quantum Biopharmaceutical is going to do better than Northwest Bio and all the other stocks that have been destroyed in the biosphere. But it's certainly reasonable to think they're just as good as Railtown. It's just reasonable. Let's be reasonable. And we don't know that they can't keep. We don't know that the shorts can't keep the price of Railtown down, which is actually true at its basic. We don't know. We don't know anything about the markets, what happens. But as long as I don't want to go through it again. I did it for 2 days. But as long as huge funds and inside of huge companies, funds are dedicated to invest in AI 2.0 at multiples, in some cases, no revenue, some cases, no, an infinite multiple to revenue. I just don't see the shorts keeping the price down. I think it's a completely mistaken bit of logic that the shorts can keep Railtown down. Now, if they have you believing it, and that's what Tony's been good at, and that's, and that there's others, that I've failed at my job. Unfortunately, Railtown does have a large short position, and it scares the hell out of me. What happens is if there's some short covering, because those guys are going to come in, your money, your heart's going to be beating, the money's going to be rolling, the dice, and you'll say, oh, hell yeah, I'll go in the next one. It scares the hell out of me. I don't want people playing a short squeeze, but if it comes, we'll have to deal with it. Platinum Blonde said, wait, I don't understand. How can it be if I sell, I won't be able to buy back in? If people get out in a short squeeze at low numbers, and the Vanguard Total International Stock Fund is trying to build a position of 4 to 5%, and they just buy, they're indifferent. They're not like we are. They're averaging up. They say, let's go buy it. I want to own it. You might not be able to rebuild your position. So PS71, I think I think you have a significant number of shares. I with all my heart, I ask you to strike from your comparisons and your trading idea with Railtown, at least for the time being. We always have to change and be ready to try to see what's in front of us. But don't, please, 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 try not to be shaken out by I don't want to insult the shares of these other companies. They're all trying to raise money. It's very difficult for them. But Railtown is going to escape the clutches of that shitty over-the-counter market and that ridiculously bad NASDAQ market, probably in about a heartbeat, and be trading, I hope it's New York, but that might not be any better. But it's going to be institutional money. It's going to be professional money. It's going to be trading desks and research and analysts, none of which exists. None of it exists in any of these other stocks. So anyway, I just disagree with that. But we're not out of the woods yet either. That's true. I think you're right. So you said my points are valid that I just went blabbering on about. Success may make it harder for them to do it to rail. It will make it impossible. See, try. I guess I have to be the unreasonable one. But we're not out of the woods yet either. I think that's true in the sense that we haven't ended the quiet period. I don't think we need the merger to be out of the woods. I don't think we need the some of the other bigger things that have been announced to continue to be out of the woods. I think we just have to stop being in a quiet period. Then we're out of the woods. I just don't agree. I think, and I guess I'll have to go through. I'll go through this research report again. I just think it's very comparative thinking. Railtown's already out of the woods. Railtown is already out of the woods. They built their product and it's already commercialized. It's battle tested. It's already generating revenue and massive interest. If you don't believe me, why would John Ruffalo be agreeing to be purchased by Railtown? Railtown's already out of the woods. But you're right in the sense that they have to get the merger done or not done. Either way, Railtown's going to be fine. There might be if the merger were to fall apart, there might be a short-term sell-off and you'll lose your shares because you'll think it's just like some of the others and we're in the woods. On the other hand, if you can hold on, you're going to find out that conductor, maybe I just have to go through the research. I'm going to go through the research. Let's see where the prices are. Railtown is 54.55, 54.32 to 55. Only 73,000 shares traded. Amazing. No volume. Next strip's up 27 cents at 3.98. ZJYL's flat at 64 cents. GDC's down 2.5 cents at 3.18.5. Nixie's down 6 cents at 178. Mountain is down 14 cents at 13.95. Finger is up a penny at 153.08. G-Bucks is down 19 at 90 cents. The bid is 84.62. And Quantum Biopharma is up $1.43 at 26. So something, it's hard to borrow. Maybe something's happening there. Okay, so on July 2nd, 2024, that's a year ago, Research Capital put out a research report on Railtown. They came out, Venkata Velagapudi came out with a target of $2 US a year ago on Railtown AI Technologies all by itself as a speculative buy. Her or his title was Railtown AI Technologies, Advanced AI for Efficient Software Development. Bullet point, Railtown AI is pioneering a powerful tool to transform and enhance software development efficiency and quality. Bullet point, we believe the company's first mover advantage and the founder's history of success position Railtown to capture a meaningful share of the market over the long term. Bullet point, we initiate coverage with a speculative buy rating and a price target of US dollars to Canadian $2.7. First paragraph, Railtown AI poised for growth in the expanding software development market. Poised for growth in the expanding software development market. Railtown AI is developing a robust tool to revolutionize software development by boosting productivity, improving quality, and saving time and money. Acting as an intelligent assistant, it learns client software in order to automate repetitive tasks, monitor performance, and serve as a built-in quality checker. The platform currently functions as a root cause analyzer, conductor, velocity dashboard, and release notes automator, with future enhancements including automatic ticket generation and no-code virtual software development. Railtown's addressable market this is so small. Railtown's addressable market is projected to exceed $3 billion, according by 2024, driven by the expanding global population of software developers. The company's sales strategy targets small and medium-sized businesses and enterprises through direct sales and through partnerships with Microsoft partners like Quisitive. These collaborations leverage established networks in order to accelerate user adoption and scale the platform efficiently. Paragraph. Valuation and recommendation. We estimate a target price of United States dollars 2 per share for Railtown AI Technologies using an enterprise value over revenue multiple of 12 times on full year 27 estimated revenue, and accounting for a 20% dilution in shares for potential equity financing. Given Railtown's first mover advantage and the founder's proven track record, we expect significant market share capture over the next 3 years. Significant. Then she comes up with 3%. I don't know if that's significant. We project higher adoption rates in the United States because due to a higher return on invested capital and launch timing, using a market penetration rate of 3% in the United States and 0.5% elsewhere. Based on these assumptions and the current pricing structure, we estimate a target price equivalent to $2.70 Canadian. We initiate coverage with a speculative buy rating, acknowledging the risks of investing in a company yet to generate significant revenue. That's a year ago. A year ago. Catalysts. What are the catalysts? Key catalysts for Railtown AI at this early stage mainly involve improving market visibility. What better than signing up with the OMERS guys? And rapid revenue growth. What better than rolling up $400 million worth of revenue? Through strong market validation. What better than having battle-tested products that are so good that John Ruffalo says, why don't you buy us? Key catalysts for Railtown AI at this early stage mainly involve improving market visibility and rapid revenue growth through strong market validation. Potential positive news flow from rapid scaling, user acquisition, and engagement metrics indicates robust market validation and substantial market share potential. Strategic partnerships with industry leaders will enhance user growth and credibility. While the company has a clear revenue model, emerging new revenue streams due to technological advancements as the product evolves may also improve visibility over revenue growth. Let's go through the risks. I think PS 71 would like you to know we're not out of the woods yet, and I think this is a year ago, but I think it's important to know the risks. So let's go down the risks. Company description. Railtown AI is a technology company who develops artificial intelligence tools tailored for software development. The company's AI model is designed to understand various aspects of software development comprehensively. Railtown AI offers both cloud-based and on-premise deployment options to suit different organizational needs. The platform is notable for its quick processing and its real-time decision-making. The platform learns and improves over time by analyzing data provided by its users. Risks. Uncertain market adoption. There is no guarantee that the market will adopt the company's technology or products, which is crucial for generating revenue. Quantum's up 5% today. Let's go to Railtown. Let's quickly just read the quote. Railtown Technologies announces an MOU to acquire AI Partnerships Corp. That's February 11th, 2025. The only room for this confusion is we're in a quiet period, which seems endless. So they're going to buy AI Partners. Let's go down and read what Dr. Tom Core said. This is a quote from Dr. Tom Core, C-O-R-R, CEO of AI Partnerships Corp. Quote, from its inception, AIP, that's his company that he founded, set with John Ruffalo and Norbrega, set out to assemble the largest network. From its inception, AI Partnerships set out to assemble the largest network of AI solutions organizations who provide a diverse package of AI solutions, which meet the needs of enterprises in industry sectors who realize significant ROI from the adoption of AI-based application solutions. This is Dr. Tom Core, John Ruffalo, Norbrega, and others. We found Railtown's Conductor, that's their platform, Conductor, had broad deployment relevance across the entirety of our network. Dr. Tom Core. We found Railtown's Conductor had broad deployment relevance across the entirety of our network. With the combination of Railtown and AIP, we are excited to initiate and commence our public vision of an aggressive, targeted affiliate acquisition mandate upon the conclusion of this exciting transaction. A mandate further in the press release, one of the fundamental objectives in the establishment of AIP's affiliate network was to allow AIP to identify and acquire the best affiliates as part of a broader strategic roll-up strategy. This transaction will provide the combined entity, the marketplace, to execute this strategy. AIP's established affiliate network provides a significant opportunity to grow recurring revenue streams through affiliate acquisitions, which could be enhanced by deploying Railtown AI's proprietary technologies across the affiliate network and its customers. You guys, you're out thinking it. AI Partnerships Corp is a Toronto-based company that has an affiliate network of over 160 North American AI software as a solution companies who provide AI-based vertical market solutions and AI development and management tools. The combination, the acquisition, will create a dynamic organization which drives substantial revenue growth and scales enterprise AI solutions worldwide. I'd say that's a big adoption of their product. Now, since that's come out, the company announced they announced they've been accepted into the AMD Partner Network to accelerate AI-driven innovation. Okay, let's not read that whole thing. And then they're presenting at a bunch of people, the places. They launched a powerful visual studio extension to an, I'm not going to read it, but it's all the bee's knees to help developers integrate everything. There are several presentations at conferences. And then they announced the commercialization of two of their products. I think I'm not going to open it, Railtracks and LineTracks. You can look it up. And then last month, they announced AI Technologies' strategic partnership with the ESG something. That's the London Stock Exchange. That's somebody adopting their products. Railtown then announced last month a strategic partnership with somebody else. And then 27 days ago, they announced another strategic development agreement. They announced a feature called automatic triage. And then they announced a partnership with a group that consults in Abu Dhabi and the Middle East. So one of the risks is uncertain market adoption. You can let your fingers do the walking through recent news releases and assess that risk yourself. Second risk, funding challenges. The company may require continuous funding to sustain operations and growth. Failure to secure additional funding can lead to operational challenges or closure. These are all boilerplate, but let's just quickly note a couple of things. 27 days ago, they closed a non-brokered private placement. They had no problem with that. Earlier, they did a placement last year, and then they, I've already told you about revenue that's coming in, so you can assess that risk and see if we're out of the woods yet. Regulatory risk. Navigating regulatory environments can be complex and costly. Unforeseen regulatory hurdles can delay or delay product launches and operations. Yes, we're seeing that. We're living through that particular hell right now. Is it going to be fatal? I don't think so. Intellectual property issues. Protecting intellectual property can be challenging and expensive. That's absolutely true. There is also the risk of IP disputes or infringement claims, which can lead to costly battles. That's why I wouldn't go get a patent, but they did. They did. But it's all right. They're first to market. They can blow by everybody. Operational risk. Startups often lack the robust operational infrastructure of established company, which can lead to inefficiency, production delays, and scalability issues. That's true. But what if they're bought out? Dependence on key personnel. The success of Railtown AI heavily relies on the capability and stability of its management team. That's true. High turnover or lack of experience among key team members can negatively impact growth and stability. That's true. Competitive landscape. The tech industry is highly competitive. Larger established companies with more resources can outcompete Railtown AI, or new competitors can emerge. That's true. Economic conditions. Startups are particularly vulnerable to economic downturns, which can impact this. This is Indian use of the language. I hate it, but whatever. Impact. Your tooth is impacted. You can have an impact on the wall, but this can impact their ability to raise capital, sell products, and achieve substantial growth. That's the economic conditions. It's true. Product development risk. The company may face technical challenges in developing its product, leading to delays or failure to meet market needs. It's true. I. Venkata Velagapundi, CFA, certify the views expressed in this report were formed by my review of relevant company data and industry investigation and accurately reflect my opinion about the investment merits of the securities mentioned in this report. I also certify that my compensation is not related to specific recommendations or views expressed in this report. Research Capital Corporation publishes research and investment recommendations for its clients. This is the index. Quantum's up 5%. Fingers up a little bit. Railtown languishes up 1.85%. Okay. 1 year ago, Research Capital, investment thesis, Railtown AI, the future of efficient and effective software development. Railtown AI is developing a powerful tool to enhance software development by boosting productivity, improving quality, and saving time and money. Acting as a helpful assistant, it learns client software in order to automate repetitive tasks, allowing developers to focus on more critical work. The platform monitors performance, fixes problems before they occur, and serves as a built-in quality checker. Railtown AI deeply understands client software, automates mundane tasks, continuously learns and improves, and provides clear performance reports. It unifies all software data for easy use and customization to fit specific needs. By analyzing data in real time to quickly identify and fix issues, and to automate tasks like bug generation, Railtown AI helps developers build better software more quickly and more cost effectively. Currently, the platform improves developer efficiency by functioning as a root cause analyzer, conductor, velocity dashboard, and release notes automator. In its next stage, this was written a year ago, Railtown plans to add automatic ticket generation, and future stages will include no-code virtual software development, significantly expanding the addressable market, focusing on enhancing developer ops, DevOps, knowledge, access, and automated ticket generation. With plans to file a patent, a third patent. I wish they wouldn't do that, but anyway, they're expanding their IP to support the growth. So, next paragraph. Growing population of software developers and potential to improve pricing to expand Railtown AI's addressable market. The global population of software developers is expanding and is projected to reach 29 million by the end of full year 24. With Railtown's current pricing structure of $108 per year as the basis for its average revenue per user, the addressable market is estimated to exceed $3 billion. This market has the potential to grow even further as Railtown enhances its platform with new features, which could allow for higher pricing. The current pricing model charges per user per project, meaning a single user working on multiple projects can pay multiple times, leading to higher average revenue per user. Additionally, Railtown's target market could expand beyond software developers with the potential launch of its API for no-code virtual software development. While it's challenging to precisely identify the future size of this addressable market, the indicators clearly show substantial growth potential. Next paragraph, strategic alliances with Microsoft partners. Railtown's business strategy for market expansion. Railtown AI sales strategy is multifaceted, targeting both small and medium businesses and enterprise organizations through direct sales, through reseller partnerships, and through collaboration with Microsoft partners such as Quisitive. By leveraging reseller relationships, Railtown extends its reach under white-labeled services, allowing resellers to manage their own user acquisition and branding, while Railtown focuses on technology development. The collaboration with Microsoft partners, the example is Quisitive, is particularly significant as it enables Railtown to tap into established networks and customer bases, accelerating user adoption and scaling the platform. For example, Quisitive's ability to onboard clients, another destruction of the language, to onboard clients independently and provide ongoing support enhances the customer experience and increases platform stickiness. This strategic approach not only broadens Railtown's market penetration, but also drives recurring revenue streams, underpinning the business model's sustainability and growth potential. By aligning with industry leaders and leveraging their market presence, Railtown AI can efficiently scale its operations and capitalize on new market opportunities. Next paragraph. Valuation and recommendation and risks. We use an enterprise over revenue multiple of 12x on full year 27 earnings estimates, revenue estimates, to give a target price for Railtown Technologies, to account for potential equity financings needed to fund the business until it generates sufficient free cash flow. We apply a 20% dilution factor. Given Railtown's first mover advantage and the proven track record of its founders and senior management, we believe there is a high probability of capturing significant market share over the next 3 years. We project a higher adoption rate of Railtown's platform in the United States compared to the rest of the world, because of a higher return on invested capital for users in the United States, and because of the timing of the launch. We use a market penetration rate of 3% in the United States and 0.5% in the rest of the world to forecast full year 27 revenue. Based on the current pricing structure, using these assumptions, we estimate the target price for Railtown to be $2 per share. We initiate coverage with a speculative buy rating, speculative because of potential risks, and the risk of investing in a company that has yet to generate significant revenue. Last year, this was written. Key upside risks include higher than expected adoption of Railtown's platform. That, in other words, what would make it go up? She's using the word risk in reverse. Key variables that would make it go up are higher than expected adoption of Railtown's platform, improved unit pricing leading to higher average revenue per user, and a higher valuation multiple than anticipated. The downside risks include lower than expected adoption. That doesn't seem to be happening. Higher than expected dilution because of funding. That doesn't seem to be happening. Got to keep our eye out. Competition risk. Yes, sir. That's why the longer it stays in the attorney's office, the more time competition can catch up. But attorneys don't worry about that. Just when are you going to pay my bill? And slower growth due to tough economic considerations. Okay. Next page, company overview. Railtown AI tool for smarter software development. Railtown AI is a technology company that develops AI intelligent tools for software development. We've heard that before. The company's AI model is designed to understand various aspects of the software development comprehensively. Railtown AI offers both cloud-based and on-premise deployment options to suit different organizational needs. The platform is notable for its quick processing, enabling real-time decision-making. It also learns and improves over time by analyzing data provided by its users. Railtown's platform can handle multiple types of data, including images, customized reports, and this adds to its utility in diverse development environments. And then they go through understanding generative AI, Gen AI, versus large language models. I think I've gone through it before with you. I think I'm going to skip all that. But it boils down to rule-based approaches and expert systems relying on rules and algorithms making decisions or predictions, I guess, with data. These systems excelled at pattern recognition, classification, and structured data processing, but they lacked the ability to generate truly novel outputs or handle unstructured data. Traditional AI struggles with tasks requiring understanding or generating new information. It cannot adapt to unexpected situations or create something entirely new. The advent of machine learning revolutionized AI by enabling systems to learn patterns and make predictions from data. Early machine learning algorithms, such as linear regression and decision trees, paved the way for more sophisticated techniques like neural networks. Machine learning algorithms can analyze vast amounts of data, searching for patterns and relationships between different sets of information. This data could be anything from sales figures, customer reviews, images, and text. Based on the discovered pattern, machine learning models can make predictions and decisions on new, unseen data. Unlike traditional AI, machine learning doesn't require explicit programming for every scenario. It can learn and adapt on its own, becoming more accurate with more data. They talk about neural networks. It's probably important, but I'm going to skip it. Generative AI, a paradigm shift in artificial intelligence. Generative AI takes deep learning a step further, allowing machines not only to analyze data, but also to create new content. Generative AI, including techniques like generative adversarial networks and variational autoencoders, has evolved from the foundation laid by neural networks, which I didn't read to you. Techniques like generative adversarial networks and variational autoencoders enable computers to generate realistic images, text, and music from scratch. This innovation has found implications across industries from art and entertainment to healthcare and finance, where synthetic data can be used for training models or exploring new possibilities. Large language models pioneer the next frontier in AI intelligence. Large language models are a specific type of generative AI focusing on human language. Imagine a digital prodigy who has devoured endless books, articles, code, who possesses an unparalleled understanding of language structure and usage. That's large language models. The key to large language model capabilities lies in its immense amount of data which it's trained on. These models gobble up massive data sets of text and code, including books, articles, websites, code repositories, and even social media conversations. By analyzing these vast amounts of information, large language models learn the intricate rules and nuances of language, including grammar, syntax, semantics, context, and different writing styles. Moreover, LLMs have fine-tuned on specific tasks or domains by providing task-specific data and labels, allowing them to adapt their knowledge to particular applications. This fine-tuning process enables the model's performance and tailors its outputs to the desired context, whether medical text, legal documents, or customer service. Railtown's task-specific large language model for software development. Key problem solved. The key problem solved by Railtown. Data fragmentation in the software industry. To understand the problem in a simple way, we've been through this. Imagine building a house, but the blueprints are scattered all over the place. You might have some pieces with the architects, some with the engineers, and some scribbled on napkins. It's like trying to figure out how the house is progressing by looking at all these different pieces of paper. It takes a lot of time and effort to put the picture together. In the modern software industry, the process of developing and maintaining applications has become increasingly complex. The various teams and tools involved in software development generate a significant amount of valuable data, but this information is scattered across multiple systems and platforms. The team may use one tool to track bug reports and feature requests from customers, another tool to manage the software deployment process, and yet another system to monitor the performance of the live application. While each of these individual tools serves an important purpose, the lack of integration between them creates challenges. Developers and managers often find themselves spending a lot of time and effort gathering information from these disparate sources so they can get a complete picture how the software project is progressing. They may need to log into several different systems, extract data, and then manually piece it all together to understand things like what new issues or bugs have been reported by customers, or how is the latest software build performing in production, or are there any deployment related problems that need to be addressed, or what is the overall velocity and productivity of the development team. This fragmentation of data across multiple tools and platforms leads to inefficiencies as valuable time is lost in the process of consolidating information. It also increases the risk of important details being overlooked or misinterpreted, as the full context may not be available. Now they give a chart. This is the Railtown product, and these are all the different software tools out there. It's hard to read, but I can read some of them. Ticket data, GitHub, and two others I can't read. DevOps data, Jenkins and Terraform. Application log data, Google, SolarWinds, Splunk. Documentation data, Google Docs, Office 365. Architecture data, Confluence and Notion. So what the Railtown product does, it seamlessly integrates all this data. Down here, I'll read what this says. Data unification. Railtown provides a single platform that comprehensively ingests and unifies all application data, making sense of everything. This is the graph in a different form, a picture in a different form. So it brings in GitHub, Google, Splunk, Jenkins, Terraform, three, four others. And then it brings it down here to a custom large language model, which then allows deep application understanding, task automation, monitoring, and reporting. And this platform, Railtown, enables users to access and act on all applicable data from all these various sources. So the solution offered by Railtown AI's platform, here's how it works. The client's application. The client's application securely sends development data to the Railtown platform. Data includes tickets, likely referring to bug reports or tracking software. Builds, information related to software builds, possibly including build logs and outcomes. Logs, system or application logs, which provide detailed insights into the application's operations. Wiki, documentation or collaborative notes related to the project. Comments, developer comments or notes that might provide context or additional information about the development process. The Railtown platform. The Railtown platform processes and trains on the data set provided by the client's application, as well as ongoing client feedback. The goal is to develop application general intelligence, which refers to the platform's capability to understand and perform various development-related tasks autonomously. Then, application general intelligence. This central component of Railtown's process, it's patented, I guess, it's trademarked. This central component processes the incoming data and leverages AI to inform teams, perform tasks, and create solutions. And then informs teams. This application data, it then informs teams. The platform can analyze the data and provide insights and recommendations to development teams. This can include identifying potential issues, suggesting improvements, and providing updates on the status of various components. Performs tasks. The platform can autonomously perform specific tasks based on the data it receives and the intelligence it has developed. These tasks could range from running tests to deploying builds or fixing identified issues. Create solutions. Using the data and intelligence, the platform can generate new solutions such as writing code, creating new features, or implementing technical fixes. The Railtown platform exposes an API, an application programming interface, that allows third-party developers and users to interact with it. Through the API, they can request the platform perform tasks or create new features and technical solutions without needing to write code themselves. These users can ask the Railtown platform to execute specific tasks or generate new functionalities via the provided application programming interface. This capability helps streamline the development process, enabling rapid implementation of solutions and features by leveraging the platform's AI-driven intelligence. In summary, yes, please. In summary, the Railtown AI platform ingests various types of development data from a client's application, processes this data to build application general intelligence, and uses this intelligence to inform teams, perform tasks, and create solutions. Third-party developers and users can interact with the platform via an application programming interface to leverage its capabilities without having to write code. Railtown AI's current value proposition and future potential. This was written a year ago before they met John Ruffalo. Based on our discussions with several customers, the value proposition of Railtown AI tool is quite impressive. But I guess technically we're not out of the woods. In our interviews, customers reported that Railtown's platform saves each developer 25% of their time, give or take. Given the high costs associated with employing software developers, this level of efficiency translates into a significant return on investment. This makes Railtown AI's tool not only a time saver, but a cost-effective solution. The pricing per user seat is considered reasonable by users, further enhancing its attractiveness. They give use cases. I'm going to skip them. Root cause analyzer, conductor, velocity dashboard, release notes automator, ticket generator, progress reports, no code developer. I'm just going to skip it. I will show you this chart. These in yellow are all the things Railtown does. These are the competitors who each do one or two of the things. Railtown does it all, but I guess we're not out of the woods yet. I'm going to skip that summary, going to skip that. I will talk about Mila. Recently, Railtown entered into a strategic partnership with Mila Quebec AI Institute. I don't know why they would do that if we're not out of the woods, which might benefit the company in accelerating the time to market with each product release. Mila Quebec AI Institute, also known as Mila, Montreal Institute for Learning Algorithms, is well respected as a research institute focusing on machine learning. Mila Quebec AI Institute collaborates with a broad spectrum of companies ranging from startups to large multinationals. These collaborations are aimed at advancing artificial intelligence and fostering the application of AI technologies across industries. We view this partnership to immensely benefit Railtown by providing access to AI engineering talent and non-dilutive financing. But we're not out of the woods yet. Railtown sales strategy. Railtown adopts a multi-channel approach. We've gone through it before, but one thing, exclusive sales contracts. We've seen some of those. All right, the addressable market, bottom-up approach. Railtown is strategically positioned in a rapidly growing global market of software developers, a segment poised for significant expansion in the near future. According to projections, the global population of software developers is expected to reach 29 million by the end of last year. Given Railtown's first mover advantage and the track record of its founders and senior management, we believe that a high probability of Railtown ability to capture a meaningful market share of the total addressable market over 3 years. We believe the adoption rate will be higher in the United States. 3% in the USA. We have a bear case, a bull case, and a base case, but we're not out of the woods yet. The valuation and target price and recommendation, they compared to several transactions. Microsoft bought Xandr, Adobe bought Figma at 50x. Salesforce bought MuleSoft at 22x revenues. Zoom bought Five9 at 34x revenues. Intuit bought Credit Karma at 7x. Google bought Looker at 13x. This is a year ago, looking backwards. Salesforce bought Slack at 30x. Microsoft bought Activision Blizzard at 9x. Salesforce bought Tableau at 14x. IBM bought Red Hat at 32x. Amazon bought Twitch at 12x. NVIDIA bought Mellanox at 21x. A year ago, the bear case, 90 cents. The base case, $2. The bullish case, $3.60. But we're not out of the woods yet. This stock is just like Nixie. This stock is just like clear the oceans of plastic. Guys, I have done you a disservice if you're thinking that the shorts can keep this stock down. I just haven't gotten my message across. And the fact that smart people, thoughtful people, can believe that the shorts can keep this down and we're not out of the woods yet frightens me. That means the next time the stock goes up, they're going to shake you out. Frightens me. But we are PS 71, but we are not out of the woods yet either. I strongly disagree. I strongly disagree. I strongly disagree. We are stronger together. I wish Ham was still calling Bill. Well, he's welcome to. I think I think I have a hard time accepting one or two of his assumptions. One is that this gigantic short position hasn't been played with. Secondly, that it has to be bought in, therefore it will be bought in. I no longer see evidence of that. I could be wrong. Could be wrong. He summarized it, apparently, I didn't listen, by saying William, have my head up my ass. That may be true. But I'll still stand by my assessment. And he may not feel it's non-productive to explain something that I might contradict a little bit. I don't know. But PS 71, I've done a lot of work. It doesn't matter. I'm not asking for anything. But I've done an enormous amount of work, particularly in trying to stand in to convince you that Railtown is your way out. If you believe what would be the best thing is for me to give an audience to a bunch of ragtag companies whose CEOs can't raise money any other way, and I'm not picking on those CEOs. The capital formation market in the United States is non-existent in the over-the-counter market. All right, so Railtown closed. Is that an auspicious number? At 555, I don't know if it means anything. The volume was only 81,000. Quantum had a big day, I guess. It closed up $1.57 at 26.14, and it's higher in the aftermarket at 26.66. The high on the year of that stock's 38. So I don't know what to tell you there, if that's something you're chasing. Finger 153, Mountain 14, G-Bucks 89.5. And there's others, but I don't really feel like reading them. Let's go back up here. Sent an email last night. All right, I'll try to read it. All right, let's talk about logic, what I've heard about logic. I've heard third hand, fourth hand, that a gentleman out there who is very motivated to stay in touch on logic spoke to the CEO of Logic. Okay, so Whalen was a company, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago. I don't know how to spell it. I bought into it. A friend of mine brought it to me, so I got comfortable with the story, with Brent's son, and etc. It got destroyed by financing. They changed the name to Logic, and they split, and then they got destroyed by toxic financing. Logic split into Logic and Lovero. They did a reverse. Lovero became Go Logic. So at that point, you had Logic and Go Logic. So Logic remained split into Logic, and well, that was what, 2 years ago, I guess. Logic and a SPAC, DLQ and Logic. Most of the technology and everything went here. Go Logic didn't do much. It didn't get a financing or anything, but it reversed its technology as announced into recruiter.com. Recruiter.com had been destroyed by toxic financing and had a CEO, Granger Whitlow. GoLogic kind of got sidelined while they focused on this story here, making this worth something. Logic became essentially a shell, and Data Logic was sponsored by Aubrey Advisors, Chadron Financial, and 2 attorneys helped the sting. And the big investor was Polar Investors. They did a financing. Aubrey Advisors and Chadron did a SPAC sponsorship, $10, stayed $10 to $11, $12 all that time. They delayed in reporting, so the company needed to raise more money. They raised money for the attorneys and for the financial types. They left Logic and Data Logic with zero money. They de-SPAC'd and the stock went to $42. Somebody in these organizations didn't let the authorities know that there were enough shareholders. Somebody working for the shorts called in, said there weren't enough shareholders. They stopped trading. When it started trading again, essentially the stock went back just down to $1 or $2. That's Data Logic. It became called Collective Audience. It no longer trades under that name. We received shares, but we weren't able to sell them. Aubrey somehow owned over 90% of collective audience by the time it's done. Recently, they've announced, this is rough, that they've sold, they're doing a reverse split into Newco. There's a name there. I don't want to look it up, right? It's just too complicated. So collective audience owns something like 30%. So they're putting collective audience, it's sold, it's done. They're rolling it all up into this company that's existing, run by a woman, I think, but it's in the same space. That company needs to go raise money. They're going to get screwed too. But anyway, a guy named Greenberg owns 30% roughly. As shareholders, we own 30%. The Newco owns more than 30%. But remember, Aubrey owns over 90%. So we own jack shit. It'll all get squeezed down. Collective audience, it was a complete write-off. Complete write-off. I will stay in touch with it, but it's a complete write-off. Logic. Well, let's go to Go Logic. There's nothing. Go Logic is nothing. It's got some license, got some sort of thing, but it's nothing. It's a shell. Maybe someday I can take over it and make it worth something. Go Logic is nothing. So what happened to recruiter.com? They changed the deal. They changed the deal. They unwound everything that was announced, and recruiter.com was sold. And what they did is they took a license to the Go Logic technology, and they found a guy that used to run a short fund, and they found another, maybe the same guy, who his wife had this great business called Just Got to Have It, and they found some whales, and they found, and they found, and they found. They put it all together. And they created Nixie. Nixie, it last, I don't know, October, it ran up on 60 million shares and then came down. This past February, it ran up on 40 million shares and came down. This time when it ran up, I think the shorts stopped it from squeezing, but they put all their effort in, then it stopped. This time when it ran up, was it squeezing? Who knows? But I think it might have been. Granger Whitlaw sold his stock that he got free to trade. So he took 2 or 3 million out and he's gone. Nixie now has a new CEO. They have huge revenues projected. I kind of got caught up in the story, but two things. They have a strange way of announcing their revenues. They said gross revenues or something. So it implies to me that when you're seeing the revenues, that maybe they don't own all those revenues, or there's some deduct from it. The other thing is the auditors quit. my opinion, Nixie has a chance, but it's down the road. To the extent that there's a way to play Go Logic and Brent, maybe Nixie's it, but I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I'd rather be in Railtown. All right, Logic. Logic got destroyed. So Logic, whatever that year was, I guess it was 2 years ago, when it de-SPACed, Logic came out Q3 as a clean shell. It was supposed to have, it never happened, but it was supposed to reduce its shares down to maybe 90 million. Never happened. Q4, it became delinquent in filing because all manpower went over to collective audience. All efforts, everything went there. Q1, it was delinquent. So Logic needed to raise money to get back to being a clean shell. And they sold stock. This number, to my memory, went to, I really don't remember, but I'd say 270 million. I don't remember. Let's just call it 300 million. They got the financing done to get clean filing. They announced over time, they announced 7 to 8 acquisitions to roll up into Logic worth $1 billion. Now, the problem is you have 300 million shares. You got to negotiate with all of those simultaneously. If you negotiate it with one, they're going to claim most of that, and it doesn't work. That works for the shorts. I think it was Q4. I think it was in Q4 last year they agreed to roll up with MedImmune. That guy put up money. Instead of 300 million shares, they had 750 million shares. Instead of 7 to 8 companies, they had this one. I think there was one small one that they'll eject. This guy made a lot of promises that he's going to fill all this out, but Brent's busy with Nixie. So it's one guy, it's not 7 or 8. 750 million shares, and this value, 100 million. The website shit. The date on the company the same time as the DLQ SPAC. The likelihood that this guy is working with the shorts and working with Aubrey advisors, high, very high. My opinion of Logic is it's worthless. And I think Brent's son made horrendous decisions. That's my opinion. But if you want to believe the story Brent was told and live in hope, which I don't anymore. I don't want to listen to the crap anymore. But anyway, The CEO of this company, I forget the name of it, Meta something or other, Meta disaster. The CEO is going to make it successful. He intends to list on the NASDAQ. So he's going to go on the NASDAQ. That means you take a stock with zero price. It has to be over $1. And I guess he'll have revenues he puts in. So let's say 750 million shares, 100 to 1. Yeah, let's say he goes to 7.5 million shares and somehow can get the stock at $1. I bet it's going to be worse than that. It'll be worse than 100 to 1 split. Then he's going to have to raise money. Then he's going to have to bring in these other companies if he's going to do it. Then they're going to have to bring in revenues. And the shorts will come. Like I say, I think it's a wipeout. What I heard is he's going to get on the NASDAQ. He's going to grow revenue. He's going to make it work. And the stock could be worth 20 cents. I don't believe it. I don't think you should believe it either. And I'm sorry about it. It's my largest position. Totally wiped out the last vestiges of anything I can do. But that's it. I don't mean political gamer. I love you. Hope you make lots of money, but I've never seen the criminals. The system is too corrupt. This is what they want you to believe. Look, guys, you want to stay in the crap? Just believe that. I'm telling you the way out is Railtown. I just went through the whole story. Do you need me to go through who John Ruffalo is? Do you need me to go through who these guys are? Do you need me to go through the size of the AI market? Anyway, political gamer, sell your stock, buy silver. Don't buy any stock. If you think the system is entirely corrupt, there's no way, just sell it. Say I don't think you own Railtown, but if you do, just go buy silver. Go buy a house. I ain't afraid of no ghost. I mean, I'm not sure. Go Railtown. Look, the shorts, no question, are in there. They're keeping it down. And that's why I get so frustrated with the attorneys. But it may not be the attorney's fault. It's just easy to blame the attorneys because everybody does. I just don't know what to tell you about the delay. I just don't know what to tell you. I can't turn my back on these disasters, but I can't help you get away from them either if you're still listening to the people that brought you those disasters. And I'll put a bracket, I'll exempt him, particularly since PS 71 said kind things. But it's not personal. It's just the whole idea of it. We got to get away from it. Donald Trump's going to announce something. Bomb, 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 Iran. Well, here's some news that we have, we got to take into account. Somebody here is saying that there's a bubble warnings flashing for technology stocks. We got to pay attention to that. We're going to have to pay attention. Good. That's what I'm hoping for. Trump and Putin are going to meet next week. That's what I'm hoping for. Face to face. Get rid of Witkoff and Slifkoff and Netanyahu and Black and Flink and all that. And let's just talk about what's good for America and Russia. Let's ignore Israel. That's how I feel about that. PS71, great aces, thanks. I know I went on for a while, but I understand your questions. But what happens, well-meaning questions, if I don't answer them, people start going, wait a minute, maybe this is just like Nixie. Maybe this is just like Logic. And these devils, they're not happy enough. I'm not talking about these guys. I'm talking about the day traders, the systematic short sellers. They want to make their money, but then they don't want you to make money. They're just evil. PS71, you were right to analyze the company. Look at the fundamentals and rail fits, no pun intended. You've really handled all this honorably and with cause. Yeah, but I get upset. I get worked up, and I also get frustrated, PS71, that you, specifically you, lost money in Logic. I cannot believe the boneheaded decisions that Brent made at the end, and that's on him. I like him, but I can't believe it. But you know what? The problem is, as I've called it out, it goes beyond unwoke. It's too risky. Oh my God, you can't say that. I'm not talking about an entire people. I'm talking about probably 50 guys at most that do this shit. But the money is so big, and so everybody else acquiesces in it. Wall Street lost all of its ability to make trading money, trading desks, commissions, all of that stuff. So this is where they come. Well, they can't copyright that one. Thank you, PS71, though. Has anybody called Railtown lately to get a hint on how the acquisition talks are progressing? I haven't. Ryan, Railtown's not there to answer our questions right now. Let me just tell you what I think's going on. On February 11th, 2025, Railtown announced that it was acquiring AI partnerships. The standard procedure to get regulatory approval is 30 days. There's an exemption. I got this on Google. There's an exemption if they're going to say no. That's another 30 days. That's 60 days. But if you put some thought in it, you've got Railtown AI, who has their attorneys and their principals and their investors. You've got Canaccord Genuity, who has their bankers and their input. You've got AI partnerships who has their founders, their investors, and their insiders. And then you've got 160 companies down below. Now, I just showed you what happened to Logic. My opinion, the mistake Logic made is they picked one company. That company took over. It was probably working with Aubrey Advisors. So the key here is for these smart men to make sure they roll up, pre-engage, probably the whole 160 companies with some sort of option on it, but at least enough so they come out of the gate so people don't get destroyed. So what does that mean, Ryan Sartell? That means you got, I guess, 5 attorneys working for the company and maybe another 10 working for all their investors and people that need input. So let's say 15 attorneys from the Railtown side. Then you go to Canaccord Genuity. They have attorneys indoors, outdoors, all that. Let's just say it's 5 attorneys. So that's 20. And then you have the regulatories. They don't use outside, they use inside, but maybe some of the attorneys that work for the criminals interface. So let's say it's 5 attorneys. So now we're at 25. Then you've got AI partners. You've got all the people at AI partners. You've got their investors and Omar's, and you've got the big investors behind John Ruffalo. And then you've got 160 companies below. Let's say it's 10 for AI partners. That's 35. There's 165 attorneys, companies. Let's say only half of those companies are really engaged. Let's say there's 100 attorneys here in various degrees of interaction. That takes forever. First point. Second point, I've tried to tell you, there are material things going on. From February 11th to now is 6 months. I can think of some material things. Spending, revenue, hiring, deals that haven't been announced yet, deals that have been announced but no revenue's been associated with it, offers, unsolicited offers in all areas, licensing, maybe, buying something. Anyway, you can imagine over 6 months in an active market, there could be a lot of material things to disclose, but they haven't disclosed anything because it's in this quiet period. When I read, second point. Third point, I Googled all that. What are the requirements in Canada about material information? The answer is immediately. Unless you work with the regulators a little bit and you let them know, and they give you an exemption, that if you release these things too quickly, it's going to destroy or hurt shareholders. So that's the third thing I want to say. Now, if you take that exemption, you know what the fourth thing is? I don't know if it's in the rule book, but it was described by this piece that came up on the internet. If you take that exemption, you got to shut up. You've got to hold down your news flow and your information so tight, because the risk, as more and more information needs to be reported, but there's more and more time going by, and maybe there's more and more people involved, the risk goes up exponentially that there's going to be leakage of material inside information. So if you're lawyers and you are working with the regulators to buy time, you have to shut up. You can't talk to anybody except for Tony De Niro. It's the only guy you can talk to, Tony De Niro. So, Ryan, I do not believe calling into the company and talking to Rebecca Kurzweil is going to do anything to advance our knowledge. So, and I don't want to put the company at that state. I'm a professional. I know what I got into. I know there's a delay. Do I have to bug the company? No, I don't. But I will tell you, the company is probably locked down tighter than a pair of jeans on Kamala Harris. So I don't think it's a fruitful avenue. I really don't. And it shows that we're retail too. It shows we're not really ready for prime time. I'm here, Bill. I've got the president. He's always late. Still 15 minutes. Use your analysis spot on. I would add that Finger has fundamentals, has a real opportunity to grow. Yes, yes. I think. Look, I'm not going to do it right now again, but I think that I would have liked something different to have happened a couple of months ago. I think the next 6 months for Finger are critical. 9 months. I guess I just got to go through it. It's obvious Finger Motion is going to grow slowly. They did not raise money for a new C2 contract. So they've decided to take the slow path in building out the C2 contracts. That may be their choice. That may be the economy. I don't know. But it would have been nice to see a ramp up and a funding that would have allowed the C2 contract to get into 3 or 4 cycles a year. So then it just became self-funding and good news forever. They didn't do that. Secondly, related to the first, I think it would have been great if the Toad had helped with you all, and because I didn't have the money, drove the price up. Maybe Finger took some money out of the market for the C2 contract, but they didn't do that. I was kind of, I can see both sides, but it makes me nervous because that was easy money, maybe. Although it depends on the note, doesn't it? Well, now we're in a situation where we're waiting for big data. We're waiting for insurance companies. I choose to ignore the lifestyle app. To me, it's meaningless on Wall Street. And we're waiting for the very slow growth in the top-up business. So we're just waiting. I think August is dead time on Wall Street and probably in Southeast Asia. I think September, people roll back to their desk late, like second week, third week. So in my judgment, all I was saying is that as an alternative, Railtown gave maybe a better 4-week, 8-week alternative. I'm being proven wrong because it's impossible for them to finish their LOI and finalize the agreement. It appears impossible. So I'm being proven wrong, but I haven't changed my mind. So what's the risk to Finger? What if as new C2 contract comes up in September and it's significant and they need to raise $5 million? Who are they going to turn to? If they turn to their current investors, those current investors have shown they're great. I've met them all. They're terrific. And they can bring the company to success, but they all want a discount. At least they do nice deals, though. If they turn to Roth Capital, Roth is going to turn to the Toad. And the last time the Toad took at least a 30 or 40% haircut on the price. So if they come into September and they need to raise money, I'm worried about the price, frankly. But what are the good things about Finger? The great investment group, great management team, a tremendous relationship with the telecoms, a solid and repetitive text messaging and SMS, and now real clear, whatever it's called, RC, anyway, the more powerful video messaging. That's fantastic. That can keep the company alive forever and growing. The C2 contracts are there. They're going to grow. I just think it's going to be more slowly. There's always a chance that can pick up. The big data, there's two aspects as I judge it. One is the cloud compute. That might have value, and somebody in this time and space may pay for it. But the big thing is the insurance, the sapientis. And if they're in the second or third stage of developing the science and the data and the analysis, if they get a contract that can show growth and can actually show that there is purchase there, that could be huge. But I think over the next 6 to 9 months, Finger Motion remains what it is, a company that has steady but low margin revenue, has a good team, a good future ahead of it. They have to execute, and they need capital. When I compare that to Railtown, there's no comparison. I hate to say it. I was taught at Merrill Lynch the only 2 times to sell it, 3 times to sell a stock. 1, you need the money. 2, the story changed. And 3, you have a better opportunity. Well, I know you're being a jerk. I don't know what you mean. You have a stutter? You can't just write $6? Yes, I think. I think Railtown is on a dollar valuation curve like this. I think this period of time took 6 years roughly. The company is coming out and commercializing its product with great success. This is, let's call this whole period 60 cents. The company has announced revenue deal after revenue deal without the revenue, of course. It's announced that John Ruffalo and Omer's guys want Railtown to buy out AI Partners because of Conductor. So just as the stock was launching, in my judgment, it stalled at 60 cents. if we take just this person's very minimalist projection of $2 at 12x, and we adjust that, and I'm going to go all the way to 150x. That means we change her target from $2 to $25. What changes? The market changes. So that target's $25. That's using just her $3 billion addressable market, and it's using her 3% penetration. It's using her first mover best in class and her acknowledgement that clients love the product. I'm paraphrasing. But instead of 12x, I'm using 150x because it's such a ridiculous penetration. That's a $25 target. $25 target. I bet if he could rewrite this, or she or he could rewrite it, I bet that would be the target, or $20 or something. I don't know. They haven't, so we'll find out. So to adjust for the fact that I used 150 times, let us take 75% of that off. Let's just take 25% of that target. $25 times 0.25, $625. $625. So when the news comes out and you guys stop shorting it, I think it opens at $625. And then from there, it goes. So yes, $625, my friend. But thank you for your really, really thoughtful question. I know you got to put that in on how many conversations are you engaged in right now at $18 an hour with a bonus? I didn't know about that. I wasn't invited. They never invite me anymore. I really like Curtis. I really like, well, in case people can't read this, account settings says, William, there's an outstanding MMTLP space call going on right now. Junk Curtis, someone who used to work at Fidelity, and more than 1,600 audience. I wish you were on the call and shared your thoughts. You don't need me there. I mean, I'd like to listen to it. Junk's fantastic. Curtis is absolutely great. And it's a good thing that it's someone that used to work at Fidelity because they get their ass fired. I will say account settings, your hope, almost a Hail Mary, is, and I think it's pretty good actually, is if Fidelity committed fraud, you can open up the checkbooks. If fraud's involved, you just open it all up. And you'd be amazed. But I still think it's a long way away. I still think the money's dead until then. And the big word, I don't know how many syllables are in it, that should scare all of us is settlement. Because as soon as attorneys on one, let's say it's a class action, as soon as attorneys realize they're going to win, they might hold out, but the attorneys on the other side realize they're going to lose, they're going to come in with a lowball settlement, and then it's a mind game that goes on. So, and the attorneys will take half or more of it. But thank you for telling him about that call. I've got to somehow reach out. I've called Junk 2 or 3 times. She doesn't call back. And I'm not good at being persistent. I just assume she doesn't want to talk to me. So I'll try again. Ragazzo says, blah, 60. Okay. Do I have to go through this too? Okay, sources of funds. Railtown. AIP partners. Revenues. If 1 million users paid $75 a year for conductor, I showed you that earlier, Railtown would have 75 million in revenue. Let's talk about other ways Railtown could get revenue. Railtown could get revenue by licensing, or as some of these announcements already have happened, they create a new product, they get paid, and then they get a piece of that action. They can white label their tools and then get a piece of that action. In other words, other companies could sell their product underneath the hood. Intel inside, Pentium inside, or whatever it was. The other way they can do it is they're in the Microsoft networks. Microsoft might go sell Microsoft, and they'll be part of that. Or they go out and sell directly. But anyway, let's ignore all those alternatives, focused on one. There's going to be 30 million software developers in the world. Let's just focus on 1 million of that who are in the GitHub area and assume they pay $75 a year. We could also use her numbers, 3% of 300 billion. But let's ignore all of that. Let's just focus. Let's assume Railtown projects revenue. Now AIP is a model to roll up the partners in their network. I can tell you, but I can't show you, that on Twitter, it was shown that those companies in February were doing 400 million. Let's assume the deal is structured either on a 50-50 split, or it's structured on we'll put up the money, you keep the revenue, and it's maybe 50-50, 60-40, whatever. Or let's assume that it's just done as acquisitions, but they issue stock, and it's in a secondary, it's a flow-through vehicle. So what nets up to Railtown in the new company isn't 400 million, isn't 300 million, isn't 200 million, isn't 100 million. let's call it I wanted to say 75 million, but let's call it 50 million comes in from that. So Railtown, I just showed you how just one use, they could have projected 75 million for 2027. AIP, 400 million in revenue underneath it. Let's just assume they net out of that 50 million as they roll up. Combine those two, you got 125 million. Now the multiple I think you put on that's 150 or 100. I'm debating between 25 and 50. Let's use 25. $25 multiple on 125 million in revenue gives you a $3 billion company divided by 140 million shares. Yeah, I knew I should have done 50. It gives you a $22 stock. $22 stock. Now remember, I could have put 200 million here. I could have put 150 million here easily. I could have used 150. Well, let's do it. Let's use 150 and see what it does. Those are the multiples being paid. Why not do it? That's $125 a share. So if they achieve this revenue at 150 multiple, it's $125 a share. And you know what this is to Microsoft or to NVIDIA? 0.5% of their market cap. 0.5% of your market cap. So yeah, Ragazzo 80, absolutely. $60, $100, $150. You pick the number, I'll back it up. But you gotta wait. You gotta wait. The only thing I'm confident of in the near term is 10x in the near term. 73,000 shares. Does that? Well, it could be both. I don't think there's any shares trading. I don't think there's any shares really trading anyway, Ted. When you look at the volume, it's all fake, at least on the sell side. Obviously, people are buying, but on the sell side, it's all fake. 80, 90% fake. Nobody's selling. There are no shares available. I'm telling you guys. And unfortunately, the devil's message gets across. Tony says, oh, it's just like Nixie. Everybody's going to buy up these shares. Buy all you can while it's available. Because as soon as the news comes out, if it comes out, we have to have that caveat. And as soon as it trickles through all the desks, everybody's going to put in an order to buy. You're not going to be able to compete with the buying interest. Now's the time to buy. Now's the time to act. And don't sprinkle your money around in all this other stuff. Move that money here. You can change your mind later on. But absolutely, Ted, There are no shares trading that are available. Maybe some people get shaken out. Maybe someone sells 100. Even the shares that are part of an arbitrage with the Canadian price, they're not real shares. Guys, there's no shares available in this stock in size. Platinum Bond's going to go, I don't get it. How come if there's volume, there's no shares? And Tony's going to go, yeah, right. I read my Sanderson economics book and, well, yeah. Ted, just let me finish up on that. There are no shares available. There will be no shares available. And so if the stock loan desk or the prime brokers say, we're not going to take these orders anymore, the stock will go like you've never imagined. And that's my call. That's my opinion. Hey, Ragoza, what stock do you like? Giuseppe says. Hey, Ragoza, didn't one of your colleagues use the whole stutter thing already? They're probably sitting next to each other, Giuseppe. Hey, told you guy, why don't you tell us your idea? Good, Giuseppe. William, these dudes should get 0% of your energy. Okay, Giuseppe. Thank you. JT Wisco, is he what bad guy? Is Railtown up or down today or work? I don't know. Did you wash your hands after you went to the bathroom? I wasn't looking. It's up. It's up 3% on the day. Raw Dog says it was up 1% at the time. Northwest, I have a 60K bid at 54. Yeah, I believe you. Check the spread. All right. I hope you get it if you really do. Check the spread. It disappeared. Donna M. I wonder if all the questions is a stalling technique you told us. I think so. And you're right. I get caught up in it. But Donna, what I really worry about is it's just the whispering. It's like a little worm in people's brain. And then they, if rail goes a bit, they might sell and go over because this is really a stock to get it right and sit tight until we know something, and then we'll make our decision then. But they want these shares, and boy, do they want them. They want these shares. And you might wonder, well, that's not a lot of shares compared to the big. They're not all, when I say they work together, they're not all friends. They just know, don't let me have mine, I'll let you have yours and all that. But, all right, here comes the president for the gentleman who wanted to see it. But a guy who sells 100,000 shares during the day and can buy it back down 50 cents, he's made a ton of money. He's made 50 grand. And that's what they try to do just during the day. But they don't need to make 50 grand to make it justifiable. They can make a grand, 500. And they're doing it across company after company after company after company. This is going to be nightmare probably. All right, let me keep going. Slowtronic says something intelligent, but I can't read it. He thinks it's going to go to $5. I agree with you. Raw Dog says, are you satisfied now, shorts? Because I can keep busting you up all night if you like shorts. Pay that man his money. That's that line in Rounders. Pay the man the money. Donna, I'm so much more relaxed with my money invested in Railtown. I no longer feel the pressure. I like that. I'm going to leave that up while the president talks. Oh, you said more. Donna said, I'm so glad I decided to buy RLAIF and stop chasing meme stock. I feel more relaxed and confident. I'll leave that one up. That's good. I'm going to go get a pickle. I need something to nosh on. Is he coming? Is he coming? Where is he?
Thank you very much. You know this gentleman, one of the truly great legends of our time.
Who's
Before
that?
I'd like to say a few words about the shooting at Fort Stewart in Georgia. As you know, 5 people were seriously wounded and 2 very, very seriously hurt around 11 o'clock this morning. The shooter is now in custody, and the Army Criminal Investigation Division is on site to ensure that the perpetrator of this atrocity, which is exactly what it is, will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. The entire nation is praying for the victims and their families, and hopefully they'll fully recover, and we can put this chapter behind, but we're not going to forget what happened. We're going to take very good care of this person that did this horrible person. This afternoon, we're pleased to welcome to the White House one of the great and most esteemed business leaders and geniuses and innovators anywhere in the world, Apple CEO Tim Cook. It's an amazing job. Thanks as well to Secretary of the Treasury Scott Bessent and Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick for being here, wherever you may be. Oh, there you are. Hello, fellas. I missed you. Today, Apple is announcing that it will invest $600 billion, that's with a B, in the United States over the next 4 years. That's $100 billion more than they were originally going to invest. And this is the largest investment Apple has ever made in America and anywhere else. And it's just an honor to have you. As you know, Apple's been an investor in other countries a little bit. I won't say which ones, but a couple. And they're coming home. $600 billion. It's the biggest there is. The company is also unveiling its ambitious new American manufacturing program, which will bring factories and assembly lines across our country, all roaring to life. Areas that were not doing so well are doing very well. We have about $17 trillion coming into the United States, which is more than ever before. It's never even come close. There's never been anything like it. Even you, that's even a lot of money for you. But we have commitments of more than $17 trillion. That was as of a couple of weeks ago. These investments will directly create more than 20,000 brand new American jobs and many thousands more at the Apple suppliers like Corning, Broadcom, Texas Instruments, and Samsung, who all deal in that world. As part of this historic commitment, Apple will massively increase spending on its domestic supply chain for the iPhone and will build the largest and most sophisticated smart glass production line in the world in Harrodsburg, Kentucky, which is a great, actually, I did very well there. I like it because I see I did very well there. I did very well in Kentucky, but it's a great place. You're going to be very happy. I thought maybe while we're up, I'll interrupt my own speech by you might show them a little bit about the product that you're going to be doing in Kentucky, Tim. Yes, please.
This product is made here in the U.S., California, and this glass comes off the Corning line. It's a great for President Trump. It's a unique Unit 1. It was designed by a U.S. Marine Corps corporal, a 401 that works at Apple now.
He's done well.
Designed to create. And the base comes from Utah and is 24-karat gold. And it sits, I'll take the liberty of setting it up.
Wow.
Well, there we go. Congratulations,
Thank you
Mr.
very
Prince.
much.
Thank you so much.
Great people of Kentucky. You're going to find it a great place to do business, too. It's fantastic. Isn't that nice? We're doing these things now in the United States instead of other countries, faraway countries. This is a significant step toward the ultimate goal of ensuring that iPhones sold in the United States of America also are made in America. With the mass infusion of capital it's announcing today, Apple will also build a 250,000 square foot server manufacturing facility in Houston and invest billions of dollars to construct data centers across the country from North Carolina to Iowa to Oregon. That's big stuff. Apple will also open state-of-the-art manufacturing economy. It's going to be a manufacturing academy in Detroit, and that's a great place to do. You know, big things are happening in Michigan and Detroit. They're coming in because of what we've done with the, I call it the great big beautiful bill. I added one word, great. But we have probably the biggest, most comprehensive piece of legislation ever passed. It's going to mean unbelievable numbers of jobs and no jobs on, think of this, whether it's tips or overtime or Social Security, no tax. So no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. And there's just a small bit of it for Apple and others businesses.
I guess that was the announcement.
And actually for people,
You guys can watch that
first
later.
time it's ever been done. Talk about
I guess it has something to do with what we're doing. Superior products from the product. Yeah. Look, the quiet period, Brandon, the quiet period can be our friend. It's allowing us to buy stock. And I think these guys know what they're doing. I mean, they've truly been through it before. And the quiet period could be, to me, three things. I might think of a fourth. One, the quiet period, the deal's falling apart. Well, they'd already had to have announced that. If the deal were somehow to fall apart, there's no plausible reason they would get an exemption to delay that news. They'd have to announce it. So it's not that. It's not that. The second thing, in my opinion, the second thing is the news is what it says on February 11th. And that's good. It's very good. And it will do everything I think we've talked about, where it allows people to buy. But it's also possible that because of, you saw it with that Windrift deal or whatever it's called. One company dropped the company, and by Monday, somebody else bought the whole team, the whole thing, minus its senior staff, for billions of dollars. It could be things are moving quickly and something else is going on. That I don't want to say something that wasn't announced, because maybe that would need to be announced. I don't know. I don't want to speculate. But there could be something bigger going on. And that might be exciting for us. But all in all, I think they have to make the announcement soon, because loose lips sink ships, and they don't want that risk, I don't think. But anyway, I think because it's 5:21, I'm hungry. The president didn't say much. I got to the end of the comments, surprisingly. I really appreciate Donna's point of view here. That's what I'm trying to achieve. We're gonna, I hope, move away. You can when your account's bigger, you can always throw a little bit, put 3% of your money in a different account, and you can play the other ideas. But I hope never again do you suffer the sleepless nights and the pains and all that from this part of the marketplace. I'll try to get somehow an update on that space call, and I'll come on tomorrow. It looks like we'll be doing this for August. But I will do it. I will do it, and we'll be here. Thank you for putting up with me. Good luck to everyone. Peace to each of you.